from the beginning.
And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have gifted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, and I'm broadcasting to you all the way from the shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Today's date, oh my, it is June 27th already, 2018. Holy crap. When do we get into the future? God, I'm old. Our guest today is none other than, once again, Gregory Garrett Lessing, who is kind enough to actually be joining us here for a second ever interview. I'm super excited about this because that first interview blew my goddamn mind. It did. It blew my mind. We went deep right into it. We went into how these Luciferians, they took over the school system, they took over the academic world, and they just changed everything to fit their agenda. And then now what they're doing is they're pushing us towards this whole transhumanist thing. We've talked about transhumanism a lot on this show. And, oh my God, Greg, he has the coolest book, and I started reading it. I'm a little bit into it, and it's blowing my mind. And that's the second time I said blowing my mind. But you know what? Why do we have to sit here and listen to me saying blowing my mind? Why don't I just go ahead and call him right now? And remember, stay tuned after the break, because we got a lot of show to do. There's been a lot of crap in the news. Everything from the new Roseanne show. I want to talk a little bit about Clyde Lewis, Adam Kokesh, some big changes in my life. Oh my God. And so much more. But we can talk about that later. Let's go ahead and give him a call.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Greg.
How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. It's been such a long time since we talked. I'm so excited for this.
Well, it's a good thing in a way because,
our thoughts maturate, we get new angles, new ways of looking at things. So a little time is always a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. And what have you been up to since we last talked?
Well, I have this grievance or this pet peeve I've been developing. The more I get into, the areas that I study, and then absorbing other people's information. There's fantastic scholars out there, Gary Wayne, and people looking into transhumanism and simulation theory, and the Jesuits, and everyone's got their expertise. And of course, I see it as my job is to synthesize all of these experts and put them together in the biggest picture possible. Because you'll have one expert talking about, the Anunnaki and the Nephilim and ancient aliens, and then you have another expert going, like Nicholson 1968 is a YouTube channel, and he'll go into transhumanism and biblical things, and he's got his special little niche. And, and I'm looking at all these experts, and I'm saying, okay, is there a grander, even bigger picture? And so that's what I'm really interested in. And my pet peeve is this, to get to what I'm talking about. I'm having a hard time swallowing all this. I'm like, it's on fire on the internet. This Anunnaki, ancient alien, Nibiru, all the names that we're hearing, Enki, Enlil, and Ninki, Marduk, the reptilian alien visitors, the Anunnaki. There's no end to this game. And to tell you the truth, I'm not buying it. And the reason I'm not buying it is because it's all based on, and I'm going to say it on the air, and everyone's going to hate my guts, flat Earth. That's the evil, horrible, wicked thing to say. You can't say that, right? And again, you and I, right? You just can't say that. You and I laughed last time because I was like, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther, and I'm not a globe earther. It's like, what am I? What are you? What is anybody? We're looking into the geographical explanation that was passed off to us as dogma science in the 15th century by the Jesuits. They changed the game. Ptolemy established for 1,400 years. It was a geocentric understanding of the world. And then in just a heartbeat, it got switched around because Copernicus, who's affiliated with Jesuit Freemasonic thought, and Kepler, same thing, and later on Sir Isaac Newton, they just kind of switched the whole thing to heliocentric theory. Okay, so I don't walk around telling people, oh, I'm a flat earther. I try to be pretty firm about not announcing that I'm a flat earther. And I'm certainly not a globe earther. I'm just really thinking that we have been lied so many times throughout the past 500 years about the shape and geography of the Earth, and to what extent the universe is out there, to how far it goes, to cycle back around now. If we can't establish that there's outer space, how am I supposed to buy all of these websites? Gerald Clark is another one, of the Anunnaki and the Sumerian tablets and the ancient aliens in Nibiru, and they're coming back. The aliens are coming back, and that's the Antichrist deception, that the aliens are coming. I just can't buy it until they can just absolutely prove to me that there is billions and billions and billions and billions of light years of outer space to make this actually happen. I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to wait for any of these experts to contact me or prove to me somehow, write a book and demonstrate to me the factual spherical Earth with billions of light years of outer space. And then I'll start entertaining, the ancient biblical interpretation of Nephilim, Anunnaki, ancient aliens, and they're coming back. Marduk is coming back. And I know I'm pissing off a lot of people right now because just everybody's talking about the Anunnaki and the Nephilim and how real it is, and the Sumerian tablets. Chris Hardy's a PhD, and he kind of he has a book called Wars of the Anunnaki, nuclear self-destruction in ancient Sumer. So nuclear bombs in ancient Sumer. So first of all, I have to, swallow that. And then the wars of the Anunnaki, and they're coming back to Earth. They're bringing nuclear war. And then Zechariah Sitchin, he wrote, he did quite a bit interpreting the clay tablets of Sumeria and archaeological evidence and ancient radioactive skeletons. I mean, that's him. And then you got David Icke, and I like a lot of what David Icke says. But then he shifts it into reptilian hybrids, alien reptilians. And that's why I piss off a lot of people when I even suggest that they're all under a delusion. They're all smoking a pipe called CGI. That's what they're doing. They're smoking a CGI NASA pipe, and we've all been smoking it for 50 years. This CGI computer portrait of outer space, 2001: A Space Odyssey, recently Prometheus, Alien Covenant by Ridley Scott. So I started off by saying that I'm probably going to upset millions of people tonight by saying that.
Yeah, Greg, you absolutely are gonna upset a lot of people out there, and the person that's probably the most upset from this is me, because I feel like you're the guy that put the nail in the coffin for aliens for me. I'm not sure I believe in aliens at all anymore after reading the first part of your book and listening to what you had to say. It's a culmination of other things people have said, but I think that you might have just, like I said, put the nail in the coffin. I'm not sure I believe in aliens anymore.
I'm sorry about that. I know it's like a good night story, like a nursery tale there's Santa Claus and there's all kinds of stuff. And one of them is, aliens in outer space. And I love sci-fi. I grew up watching Star Trek and I love Star Wars. I still do, even though I'm kind of developing a view of things where there's no such thing, that they're actually Luciferian, Hermetic, Babylonian, mystical occultism put forth as if it's real. Think of it this way. In the occult, in the Babylonian Hermetic traditions in Kabbalah, they have a mystical, almost meditative understanding of labyrinthian dimensions. Like the Kabbalah has the Zephyr, and it has like 10 dimensions, the tree of life from the Kabbalah. And so these are different dimensions. And so think of outer space as dimensional. What are we hearing in quantum physics recently? Well, not even recently, but like over the past 50 years. Interdimensional travel, interdimensional access. They're shifting our minds bit by bit into this idea that there's an interdimensional outer space and celestial realms, galaxies, black holes, dangerous black holes, all these things. And I really think what's been happening, and that's why I'm pissing off a lot of people, because I feel like I'm the only person in the world that's not buying it. I'm actually not buying the whole Anunnaki. Like, I love Gary Wayne's stuff, and I think it's very, very accurate, but I'm not so sure what it's based on anymore. Because they repackaged, and I use this word a lot, they repackaged ancient Hermetic occultism, and they turned it into what's called astrophysics. So all the celestial realms and galaxies and black holes, interdimensions, and a dark energy, dark matter, there's just no end to the, astrophysical way of looking at things. It's actually astrotheology is what it is. It's all these religious ideas, and space is a metaphor. So think of it that way. Outer space is a metaphor for the occult religion. And if they can get you to put your neck back and put your eyes up, if they can get you to keep looking up through telescopes, Neil deGrasse Tyson will help you. Bill Nye the Science Guy will help you. Michio Kaku will help you. They're all enlisted to help you keep your eyes in the sky. They don't want you looking at the earth and thinking about God. See, that's the plan. Just keep you thinking about aliens and going to Mars. Recently, Elon Musk, we're going to Mars. And then there's the car going around, it's obviously a fake car, it's not real. I wrote a 22-page paper with 22 points showing how it's all fake. I mean, I used astrophysics and science to do it, in addition to just the obvious things like, precipitation on the windshield of a car in space where there's no air. I mean, it's all bullshit. But so what you have is an encroaching idea of outer space and Mars and all these pundits talking about outer space and going to Mars, and just pretty much keeping your head in the stars as much as possible. And the reason they're doing that is because it's a metaphor for the occult, Luciferian, satanic religion. And that's why drugs like DMT and psilocybin, mescaline, cactus, anything psychedelic, like a Jason Silva video, YouTuber, it'll put you in a quasi-mediated celestial occult frame of mind. And you see how this can be inched, every so slowly, inching your consciousness into a digital, techno-mystical, celestial framework. And so what are computers? They're very psychedelic. I call it techno-mystical. They're digital technical. And so they're techno-mystical portholes, doorways, stargates. And so computers, cell phones, outer space, it's all dovetailing our consciousness, I'm included, where none of us have escaped, into embracing an occult, heliocentric, occult, mystical, cosmic consciousness experience. In other words, the New Age.
And one thing
that's Blavatsky.
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, Blavatsky. Oh boy. Oh, one thing I was gonna. One thing I wanted to say is it's important to remember. I think you pointed this out somewhere at some point, but they came up with the heliocentric model before they ever went up into space.
Oh, good point. Yeah, Daniel. That's people don't often think about that. There's the 15th century Vatican Church. It's kind of, they were losing congregates, is what happened. And you got Saint Ignatius Loyola, who started the Jesuit order. The idea was to win back the apostates, the rebels, and you can see how Star Wars was fashioned after the Jesuit battle to win back the rebels. You got the rebel forces in Star Wars. It's the same thing. And the Jesuits were like stormtrooper priests. Okay, so they supercharged this occult idea of heliocentrism, is what you're saying. Galileo, Kepler, Copernicus, they literally invented the heliocentric globe model of deception, again, to capture the apostasy back to the church. And then later, alchemical occultist Sir Isaac Newton was enlisted to further the deception. And so you needed certain things to work together. It doesn't work unless you have all these things working in concert. And what it is you have gravity, heliocentric model, a heliocentric model, Big Bang cosmology, and evolution. And so they all work together. The universe started, this is just a nursery story that they started telling people. The universe started 14.5 billion years ago, and it's been evolving. And then it gets to a place where, because of gravity, it turns into a spherical Earth, and it's orbiting around the sun. Okay, so why would they do that? And again, I've said this before, and a lot of people have, but I'll say it again. The reason they did this, like why did they conceal the shape of the Earth? The reason they did this is because they wanted to get everyone as far as possible away from the Bible. Okay, because what have we all been taught since we were little kids? The Bible is retarded. The Bible is stupid. Right?
Yeah, that's so true.
Every movie in Hollywood has painted the picture that, if you think that Jesus Christ died for your sins and was resurrected and is the Redeemer for your sin, you are the dumbest bag of rocks in the universe. That's what they taught us. All of us. What is Hollywood? Is a Jesuit creation. That's all they teach. It's New Age, cosmic consciousness, mysticism, and sci-fi, and movies. Okay, so now why, I asked the question, why would the Jesuits, and we're talking hundreds and hundreds of centuries dedicated to keep you and me away from this book called the Bible. Now, I have to ask a question. Regardless of whether these things in the Bible are true or not, or if it's a faith-driven thing, or without getting into Gary Wayne's area of expertise, because he's a Bible scholar, I'm not, I would have to ask the question, why would they spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years and unimaginable effort and toil and creating wars and psyops and propaganda and our educational system and government and entertainment? They're behind it all, okay? All of it. And trillions of dollars. You know, I'm not talking $2 trillion. I'm talking like $50 trillion plus since they started this game, just to keep us away from the validity of the Bible and Christianity. Now, to me, that's a smoking gun. Like, why go to all the effort if it's a stupid fucking book? See what I'm saying? Something's wrong. It's worthy for people to start, and I'm not going to proselytize or evangelize. I'm just saying it's worthy of people to start looking into this book with new eyes. And again, I'm not saying anyone should become Christian tonight. That's not really what I'm trying to say. I'm saying we need to reconsider what is in this book and start figuring out why it's public enemy number one of the Illuminati. The Illuminati only want to do one thing, and it's destroy Christianity. That's really all that's going on this world. There's only one deception. You know, people talk about all these conspiracies. There is only one conspiracy. By the way, that's the title of my next book. It's called "And One Deception to Rule Them All." I'm ripping off of Lord of the Rings, obviously. So, one ring to rule them all. And that deception is, you know, to make sure you don't buy into Christianity at all costs. And that's what transhumanism is all about, is the Luciferian apotheosis, where we evolve into this new creature. And this new creature will only be a slave microchip in a huge quantum mystical satanic Ready Player One game, like the Oasis in Ready Player One. So I'm kind of like going all over the place because there's so much information. I'm trying to reduce it, but that's kind of what we're looking at. We're looking at my pet peeve.
What's so interesting about this?
Yeah.
What's so interesting about it is that I think people might have a hard time seeing it because they don't really understand how the pieces fit together. But the literal truth is, almost every aspect of what we see, like on television, advertising, government, and even the paranormal conspiracy world, a large percent of it is part of this deception you speak of.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a modern science. All modern science, they merely expanded on the ancient secret mystery school Babylonian teachings. You know, they were held so dear and sacred by the Freemasons, by all these teachings. It's the nursery school for ancient occult Kabbalistic Babylonian Hermeticism inside Freemasonry. That's, you know, the Knights Templar brought it back, and the Jesuits took it, and then the Illuminati kept it, and then they infiltrated Freemasonry, and, you know, it's just this lineage. Gary Wayne talked about that to a large, I mean, he has a good understanding of how they preserve this knowledge to get to today, where quantum mysticism is nothing other but like sacred geometry from ancient secret mystery schools. So it is all pervasive. You're right. It's in Hollywood. It's in our educational system. I mean, we're actually taught Babylonian mysticism from day one of our schooling. All of it is occult. Gravity, heliocentrism, Big Bang cosmology, evolutionary theory. All of these are unproven assumptions and theoretical occultism sold to us as facts. Now, that's a huge awakening, because a lot of people, again, they're not going to be happy with what I'm saying tonight. That's why the thing you can't talk about is the truth. And you can't talk about what I'm talking about. Like, what we're talking about today is we're dethroning absolutely everybody on the internet. But, you know, and that's not going to go well.
Yeah,
You know,
I had an interesting comment earlier today on Twitter. Somebody said to me, "Hey, you're spreading truth. You better stop. They're going to kill you."
yeah. Well, you know, at this stage in the game, if you own a cat, they're going to kill you. If you've ever been to Safeway to shop for broccoli, you're on an NSA watch list. There's no way out. Like I always tell people, hey, speak your truth now before you can't ever speak it again. Because, you know, we're moving into a 5G techno-mystical, transhumanistic world. I mean, they're ratcheting it down really fast. The ratcheting is so fast now that you got Elon Musk announcing that he's going to have interlacing, you know, Neuralink interlacing with artificial intelligence. You know, and then he also says it's the demon. You know, the fact that people wouldn't understand, well, of course, it's a lot to, you know, to wade through, to sift through. I mean, just look at the great scholars that are teaching them, you know, Anunnaki, Nephilim, Nibiru, ancient aliens returning. Like they're saying the great deception is the ancient aliens are returning, you know, and the Antichrist. And I'm saying the same thing, except minus the alien part. It's a deception. I call it the Jesuit alien deception, that they're actually going to introduce the idea that aliens, it could be Operation or Project Bluebeam, where they have a, you know, fake Messiah attack or a fake alien attack, and the world unites. You've heard of Project Bluebeam, right? You know, that's
using the backdrop of the sky as a holographic projection screen.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and then, you know, I figured this out the other day, and you sometimes chime in on my Twitter page, and a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about now, I've been introducing these ideas from my next book. I've been introducing them to people, like beta testing them on Twitter.
Oh, nice.
And I've gotten some pretty positive. Well, I've, you know, lost a lot of friends too, but I've gotten some positive reactions from yourself too when you chime in. That we're kind of dealing with a deception that is it's like those Russian dolls, a doll within a doll within a doll within a doll. It's like a deception wrapped within a deception wrapped within a deception. It's like it's so hard for anyone. Like I don't even know how I'm figuring this out, because no one else seems to be talking about the fact that it's all bullshit, the whole alien thing, you know. And then people who study the Bible tend to argue less. They go, well, yeah, there's no outer space. You know, what did they do? Do you know the lineage after Sir Admiral Byrd? He had an expedition. It was on a thing called the Chronoscope, 1940 or 30 something, and he discovered a dome, you know, a wall in Antarctica, a huge expedition. Okay, he came back and talked about it. They shut down they shut down Antarctica immediately. Like 52 countries signed a treaty, and no one can go to Antarctica. And that's currently the situation, by the way. You can't go to Antarctica. Okay, so right after that, they had a series of projects. They had Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, Operation Fishbowl, and they were all subsumed beneath the umbrella of a larger operation called Operation Dominique. Okay, so I'm kind of like tangenting off for a second, because I mean, these are big, complex ideas, so I kind of have to add some texture to what I'm talking about. So what happened is the progression, the chronological progression, is Admiral Byrd comes back, and then all these operations get flying, and one of them was Operation Fishbowl, where they had a high-altitude nuclear explosions. They were testing high-altitude nuclear warheads. Well, what was happening, and by the way, Operation Dominique, a fishbowl, like firmament, living in a bowl, in a dome. Now, this is what the military was calling it, Operation Fishbowl. Operation High Jump, going to the Antarctic shelf and going up the 200-foot wall and exploring. Operation Deep Freeze, setting up bases in Antarctica. And so why all the interest in Antarctica? Well, here's the tip-off. Operation Dominique, the grander title of all these subservient operations, means the Lord. So think about that, Daniel. The military as the largest operation in the history, probably of mankind. It's called the Lord, and they're nuking at 100 miles up. They were trying to get through the dome. And if you look at the explosions, because they videoed all this. See, there's videos of the atomic bombs going off at 100 miles or whatever it is. And you see this huge mushroom cloud that spreads out. It doesn't go like a big explosion like a nuclear bomb. It spreads out for hundreds of miles like it hit a glass ceiling. And I'm not saying the dome is made of glass, but, who knows? But the point is, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that the Jesuits and even ancient early Freemasonry, which was really Pythagoras, he's known as like the father of Freemasonry by the Freemasons, not by you or myself, but they recognize him. And he talked about a heliocentric model. So all the way back then, they were trying to cover up the idea that there could be a firmament, like the Bible says, and a God, and that Christ is real, and there's a battle between Lucifer and Christ, and your only way out is to just, accept Christ. Okay, they don't want you to know this, and I'm not trying to tell people what they should do, but I'm just saying the Jesuits and the Vatican, it's all connected. The secret societies, Rosicrucian, Illuminati, Jesuits, Freemasonry, deep state, whatever. They don't want you to know that there's a way out of their transhumanistic vision, which is for you to enmesh and plug in to their technologies. Cell phones, started with cell phones, and then it's going to be Ocular Rift, it's going to be virtual environments, it's going to be Oasis like Ready Player One, you'll be gaming for hours in your room. It's going to get realer and more textured with holographics, and eventually you'll be inside. And it's going to be a blast for a long time until they finally get everybody in, and then they flip the switch. And then, do you recall, did you see Ready Player One, Daniel?
Oh, not yet, but I heard it's like Transhumanist movie number 1.
Absolutely. And the one scene that gives away kind of like where they want to really take this is a scene where they have The Shining run as a simulation inside the Oasis game. So all of a sudden you've got elevator doors opening up with, tons of blood pouring out and 2 little girls, and then a huge guy with an axe in an ice hedge, and he's chasing you in a maze and trying to kill you. Okay, that's the other part. That they're not really, they're hiding it in plain sight, right? Because it's inside the movie Ready Player One that it could go really bad. Like all of a sudden, The Shining, Stephen King's The Shining is your reality. So, see, this is why I'm kind of like trying to set the alarm, because they're leading people in, little by little. Cell phones, tattoos that are RFID chip kind of stuff, and then it's going to be interfacing with artificial intelligence and talking to artificial intelligence more and more. It's just going to be a gradual thing that will all of a sudden not be so gradual. Because do you recall hearing about something called a telephone? A landline, where you just you pick up this thing and you go, hello? But you don't carry it with you in your pocket. Okay, how did we get from that to IBM, to computers the size of a house, to computers the size of a desktop, to computers the size of your palm? It's just going into a micro-digital, techno-mystical slavedom. I don't see a way out, and I said that the last time we talked.
Yeah, that's something that I really think that I started noticing at some point. I think it was Terence McKenna that originally pointed out his novelty theory and how things would progress over time. And
all right.
Yeah, like for whatever reason in our lifetimes, technology just seems to be exploding. Like, I kind of think of my generation like the video game generation, because I just saw video games go from, simple things like Super Mario all the way up to virtual reality. And I have to wonder, like, if there is any sort of sign of the end times, it's the way that things seem to be so unique right now, in the sense that technology is just accelerating insanely fast.
Well, that's a Moore's law. Are you familiar with Moore's law?
Kind of.
Moore's law, it kind of states there's an exponential growth in technology. That's all it really said. Moore's law, it had to do with digital chips, but they started getting, vacuum tubes, and now we have like chips the size of an atom. It just gets smaller and smaller according to Moore's law. Technological growth is exponential. One of the ways to understand that is that 10,000 years, and then we have fire. And then in 50 years, Bronze Age, and it just goes, Industrial Age, and then in 1 year it goes into Apple Computer, and then in 60 days it goes into Micro Apple. Everything's just going smaller and faster and smaller, and that's Terence McKenna's novelty theory. It's called a time wave zero, time wave infinite compression that Terence McKenna spoke of, the eschaton, the precipice of time itself.
Oh, you're very familiar with
time.
him.
What?
Oh, you're very familiar with his work.
Oh, Terence McKenna? Oh yeah, I had to do my psychonaut training in college, various psychedelics to try to see what that was all about. And those are just people say things like, "Oh, well, how do you bad talk DMT and psychedelics so much? Like, don't you see how these are mind expanding?" And I said, yeah, no, it's not like I don't know about these things. In college, I went down the New Age path, meditation, psychedelics, and astral travel, and paranormal, everything. That's all I did. And you think I know all this? It's like, I don't read books on it. I went out and did it. And so, yeah, McKenna is entrancing. It's like, oh yeah, the idea that it's all going to go super fast and we're going into this techno ethnogen digital consciousness realm, forbidden knowledge. But then you keep going down that path and you start to see, wait a minute, it actually doesn't, you still die. You see, it doesn't lead to where they think, it's like the promise in the Garden of Eden, where you just eat of this apple and you surely won't die. You'll be as God, in fact, Lucifer. So everyone's like, oh, you mean if I just keep following this, I'll somehow live forever? And now the Luciferian elite are promising eternal life through technology, the transhumanistic, genetic manipulation, and messing with computers, mind uploading. All these things, these technologies are the apple. See, it's the apple. It's promising you eternal life and power. And so I always tell people, do you realize what they're offering you? I mean, you realize, and they're like, yeah, why are you fighting it? People say, why am I fighting it? I said, do you know that you die? I mean, how long do you think you're going to live? You're going to die. We all die. See, it's a lie. You don't live forever. You simply will never become enlightened. There's no such thing. And you won't become better than anybody else. And you won't become like immortal, like the Marvel Comics series, which I love Marvel because it gives away the game. It's trying to make us feel like we can have these superpowers, but it's just not true. Talk to people that are supposed to be enlightened on their deathbed. As spit is dribbling out their mouth and they can barely remember their name. It all evaporates. So what we're dealing with here is a battle for the soul. And that's kind of how I look at it. It's a battle for the human soul. And so if you go into the transhumanistic techno-digital matrix that they're designing for us, and they have been, once you're plugged in, it's not just you're plugged in. It is a Luciferian endgame where you're in, I guess you could just say, hell forever. So I was joking with a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, Michael Epperson. He's a brilliant, brilliant man. We've been talking for years about this stuff. And Michael was talking about a few things, and so we were in the car, and I said, well, so eventually you have a choice. You can go into this techno-mystical, transhumanistic matrix, okay, and your soul will be tortured forever, or you could die. And he just looked at me like, so, not very cool choices. He's like, that's it? That's my choice? Like, tortured forever or die? Okay, but the thing I'm not saying is that because you can't say it. It's too forbidden. You can't say, accept Christ. You just can't tell people. You could just accept Christ. And then don't worry. Like, that's all you have to do. Okay, so no one's going to buy that. Do you know anybody that's going to buy that?
Yeah, I agree with you. Usually when you get on the subject, most people nowadays, it's just like kryptonite to them. They get very uncomfortable. They start to ridicule, they make fun, and they, it's so reversed to how it would be in the past where a lot of people were Christian. It's like you're actually kind of a dork or an idiot if you are.
Exactly. And you have to look at it as the way science was interpolated, and it was positioned in such a way to dethrone anything Christian and biblical. I call it a neo-fascist scholasticism. And what I mean by neo-fascist scholasticism is that it's the avoidance of any real questions. You can't ask any real questions in academia. It's the pursuit of trivial methodology. It's the memorization of an endless list of names and mathematical formulas and manipulations in view of understanding real observable truths. So it's observable that I am stationary. I'm not moving, okay? It's observable empirical truth. The sun is moving. That is an empirical observable fact. The moon is moving. Okay, these are, what they do is they don't let you ask any real questions. They just keep interpolating and manipulating mathematical equations and ideologies, and until they locked us down. This is what happened. They locked us down into an I call it epistemic autocracy. And so it's autocracy is like self-rule, and epistemic is knowledge. They have the rule on knowledge. You can't go against what they say. This started a long time ago, and they've been going for such a long time that to even suggest that these things could be real, like Christ and the firmament idea, puts you in the tinfoil hat area. And so I don't go out there and announce to anybody, I'm a flat earther or I'm a Christian. I don't do any of that. What I'm doing is I'm telling people that we need to investigate these things because there is no more options.
What do you think of this, Greg? What do you think of this? What about the idea that these FEMA camps that they have set up, what about the idea that those are actually for Christians in the future?
Well, that's kind of the ugly truth that nobody really wants to talk about. That's exactly what they are. And see, the Crusades and the Inquisition and all these things, those weren't Christians that were executing those. Those were Luciferians. I mean, where is it in Christ's teachings that you get the authority to torture and execute people that aren't Christian? Did he teach that? I missed that Sunday school class. If that's what Christ taught, I missed that class. Forgive me for not catching on that Christ instructed millions to be killed, because he didn't. And Luciferians have infiltrated the Christian, going back to Constantine, they've infiltrated Christianity for hundreds and hundreds of years to dethrone it and pervert it and twist it. I mean, most organized religions are completely perverted and contorted. They're like Babylonian is what they are. And then and we always hear about the Illuminati infiltrating Freemasonry and infiltrating governments and infiltrating educational systems. Okay, so see this word infiltration? Well, infiltrating Christianity is what is going on. And so now there's no way you can even talk about it seriously. I mean, atheism was gradually introduced into the world as a careful, socially engineered mythology. It's to mesmerize and brainwash people. And epistemology, in other words, knowledge, is the investigation of what distinguishes justified belief from opinion. So the elite occult established what I call epistemological cartels of knowledge long ago. Okay, so these cartels were to be the new priesthood, the leaning upon a radical empiricism to block any free thinking about biogenesis, how life began, or anything that they would come up with. You can't go against it. The Royal Society in England was one such cartel. And the Royal Society, an offshoot of the Royal Society, is the Tavistock Institute in England, and all these cartels, these think tanks, to hold the knowledge of these scientific Luciferian priests over anybody else. And they placed man at the center, causation. And so God was factored out of the equation. They, like a mathematical treatise, they factored, like you in trigonometry, and they factored God out of the creation equation. And they were able to dominate man's passions and rape man of any free thinking, no self-determinism, reducing man to a random, chaotic event in a meaningless and hostile, illusory, heliocentric universe. So that's the crowning achievement of these Luciferians. And they did it using, and this is my last book, Scientism. And so Scientism creates a blind ignorance of atheism, and it's the new creation myth, Big Bang, and it causes cognitive dissonance in people and the uneducated masses. So they just cling to atheism. They don't know what to do, and so that's what we have now. And I'm kind of, to cycle back, I'm kind of jumping on board with all the stuff that I've been explaining. It's in my book and the next book. I have like 1,300 pages written in the next book, and it's going to be an anthology. I'm going to cut it into 2 or 3 books. It's going to be an anthology of a lot of great writers in certain fields, and I'm just going to throw. I've already contacted a lot of authors and asked for permission to use their work, because I don't really care about just having my work. I don't really care about myself just getting credit. It's just, I don't even care about that at this point. I want to tell this story and go to this level where these deceptions that are being, the top scholars are being pushed as fact in the conspiracy truther community are exposed for what they are. Because I think that the idea of Anunnaki and aliens and all that stuff being propagated by a lot of scholars, YouTubers and conspiracy people, they're basically following the agenda of the Illuminati unknowingly, because they want you. The Jesuits wanted you to believe in outer space, right? Because the Jesuits said, well, and then we'll have this alien deception. Once we set up this outer space, with Copernicus and Galileo and Kepler. They set up an outer space, a heliocentric outer space model, and eventually they could gently, throughout the years, shift us into this techno-mystical, celestial, cosmic consciousness idea, which would make the idea of an alien attack or alien antichrist quite feasible, and also 50 years of Hollywood to help the project. So I'm kind of concerned and alarmed that people are just not questioning this ancient alien thing, some of the Anunnaki, Chariots of the Gods. That was a book. It came out years ago, and that kind of started the whole thing going, Chariots of the Gods. And there was the Discovery Channel or some channel, Ancient Aliens, right? Nephilim, Marduk, Nimrod, Nibiru, Enki, Elohim, and they talk about Yeshua, Jesus, and in Prometheus, like Ridley Scott, he talks about the space Messiah. Christ was just a space Messiah. You see how dangerous this is, Daniel? The more we accept the alien agenda, the alien reality of outer space, the more we will be accepting the idea of Christ was just an alien. And of course, what am I talking about? Project Bluebeam, where they find archaeological tablets that prove that aliens are real and that Christ was probably just an alien. And so if another alien comes, people will just buy it. And then you have, the savior of the world. In other words, the Antichrist has just arrived as an alien. Now, I think it's all deception. I think the Jesuits made it up. I don't think there's outer space like they say, because I think the stars are sonoluminescent electromagnetic pulses coming out of waveforms and sound. I don't think they're billions of miles away, and I think they're just going to drop the bomb. It could be Project Bluebeam. It could be using Lick Observatory or the Hubble. They could say, oh, we've contacted an alien code. It's so complex and so well organized, it can't be anything but intelligent life. Okay, and then they'll like NBC, CBS, or Alex Jones, alternative media. They'll announce to the world that, through the conduit of artificial intelligence, like that movie Arrival or Annihilation, another movie, that we've been contacted by by alien life, and they're coming to us either through interdimensional portals, stargates, like a CERN idea, or literally some kind of creature will appear, like out of Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke. Okay, so I don't know exactly how it's going to go down, but I know it's going to go down, because it is going down. What has Elon Musk recently talked about? He's talking about Mars. He's talking about alien life. What is the Vatican talking about? He's going to baptize the aliens. What is NASA talking about? Aliens. What is every Hollywood sci-fi talking about? Aliens. So we know it's happening.
Why do you suppose Elon Musk is helping these people?
Because he is, there's one of two things. There's options with Musk. One, first of all, if you look online, he's actually an actor. He's not a scientist. Like Neil deGrasse, I don't know if people think that these people are real scientists. Bill Nye, the science guy, was a professional actor. He was like a comedian. I mean, he wasn't a scientist. And they gave him a job to do children's programming, where you actually teach science. It's an acting job. Well, it went over well, so he got shifted into the idea that he's actually a real scientist. No, he's an actor. Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actor. He has an actor's billing online. I think it's called IMDb. He has his picture. He is listed as an actor. He's not an astrophysicist. That's all a game, like Trump. He's an actor. Didn't he have his own show? Right? He's an actor. Well, same with Elon Musk. He's actually a professional actor. He's on IMDb. He's listed as an actor. So all these guys are actors.
The world is a big stage, and they're a bunch of puppets.
That's all it is. And so they're supposed to razzle-dazzle you and impress you. And Carl Sagan, the universe is full of billions and billions and billions and billions. And he just goes on about how, stars and distances, just reaffirming the occult Babylonian idea. And so that's all they're doing. And so Musk he's got the job he's supposed to, like Albert Einstein, there's another fake. I'm saying all the things to piss off people tonight, but I tell you, it's all deception. Albert Einstein was a copyright clerk, and that's all he ever was.
Oh my God.
If he stole, I think it's called, I can't remember, he stole a lot of ideas from one physicist. But you see, relativity and special relativity, there's no such thing. These are all bullshit occult ideas. It's Kabbalah. Everything you know, Daniel, from astrophysics and physics and quantum physics, not so much physics, like, my car works on gasoline, that's physics, but it's a lie. Dark matter, dark energy, gravity, black holes, special relativity, general relativity, these are all illusions. There's no fucking thing. It's just Kabbalah. It's Kabbalah.
And yeah,
They just
you know,
repackaged
upon realizing that these words are true, I just can't. It just really f's with my head. It's just, and I'm pretty woke too. I'm pretty, you know, I'm pretty cutting edge, and it just, I mean, this just blows my mind. To think that all of those things, they simply aren't real.
Yeah. None of it. It's all Kabbalistic, Hermetic mysticism, and you have to think of the old schools. Even Pythagoras, he developed a aesthetic school, but it was a mystery school. I mean, do you realize where science comes from? And then the alchemical traditions. Sir Isaac Newton was an alchemical witch. He wasn't a scientist. You know, Copernicus was a Freemason, well, not Freemasonic, but Jesuit affiliate, like an agent. See, everything that you've learned, I know people. The more I talk, the more everyone in the world hates me. Because I don't buy anything, and I don't buy it to be an asshole. I've looked into it. I research, 24/7. Actually, I'm always looking into everything, and so the more you dig, you see how it's all just really occult repackaging, and it's for the reason of slavery, and it's really mystical stuff. So it's hard to understand. Like you were taught Pythagoras invented the Pythagorean theorem, and you learn about Socrates. And see, this is all on the surface Freemasonic education that we went through.
Well, one
but
thing
these
that
people
doesn't
actually really go ahead.
Oh, one thing that never fit together. You mentioned Sitchin earlier. Well, Sitchin was pulling things out of a tradition where, like in Babylon, for example, they had the characters that he talked about, these gods, but they also had things like demons and curses and things like that he completely left out.
Well, see, now, oh gosh, I forgot that, so I'm glad you mentioned it, because that was like the epitaph to what I was saying. Right? There's a caveat to, demons and angels and aliens, and one of the things is, I think, and you probably agree with this, I think all this alien talk is simply the Trojan horse that the Jesuits are using, and not just Jesuits, let's just say Luciferian elite, to introduce demonic forces into the world, using CERN, using HARP technology, using quantum computers, using artificial intelligence, but whatever they can, and genetic manipulation, they do want to introduce a demonic Luciferian realm and unleash it. The Leviathan is rising.
Yeah, that goes back to like Jack Parsons opening the portal in Area 51.
Oh, Babylon Rising.
Yeah, wow.
Babylon Rising. You and I know a lot of the same stuff, obviously. Babylon Rising, Jack Parsons, who's one of the world's top Satanists, who happens to be one of the guys who started NASA. Go figure that. NASA's supposed to be on the up and up. And you've got Aleister Crowley, the most wicked man on the planet, or I won't say planet, the world, the most wicked man in the world. He was called that. He was called the Beast during his life. And Jack Parsons, one of the top sex magic Satanists, he was like into sex magic. This is the guy who started, JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratories, and NASA. And so you've got two of the top Satanists and sex magic practitioners in the world who start NASA. Okay, well, isn't that a little bit suspicious right off the bat? And Walt Disney was also involved, and also Stanley Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke and L. Ron Hubbard. Okay, who have I listed? Some of the top Satanists in the world, a science fiction writer, another science fiction writer, a fantasy park film, entrepreneur, Walt Disney, and and then one of the top science fiction filmmakers in the world, Stanley Kubrick. Okay, how many times did I use the word fiction in that last paragraph? It's all fiction. NASA is a film production company with a really big budget. You think Marvel has a big budget, right? 200 or 350 million for Infinity Wars. Of course, they've made over $3 billion back, but what's NASA's, the film production company called NASA? And they use real big props called rockets. But their budget is not 350 billion or 50 million. They get 13.5 billion a year to make their films, and their CGI photos, in quotes, photos of Earth, and CGI computer-generated images of galaxies, and so it's all a way of taking the idea of God and Christ and demons and archangels and angels, there being a spiritual war, and putting it in a secular vernacular. You see what they've done? They took all the spiritual aspects of it and translated them into secular, epistemological autocracy. So it's self-governing, autocratic, self-governing epistemological cartels, these cartels of knowledge, science, to use science as a Trojan horse to push all of their truly spiritual demonic forces into our world. But they're just going to call it aliens, and they're going to call everything forces, dark matter, dark energy, artificial intelligence. But I think what we're really going to be dealing with, and what we really are dealing with, are truly demonic forces. And people say, oh, so you don't believe in anything, like you've ripped through all the deceptions, Greg, but then you believe in demons? And my reply is, yep, I do. and that the reason being is because the first truth of things was the spiritual war. That is the first truth in the world. Not artificial intelligence or aliens or black dark energy. All that's just repackaging. That's just new kids on the block. That's just science repackaging ancient Babylonian, pre-Babylonian, Zoroastrianism. It just repackaged everything so that they could get it to the door. Madame Helena Blavatsky, secret doctrine. And so,
what's so interesting about that name and other people such as Albert Pike and Crowley himself, and I suppose the list would go on and on. If you look at their writings, all of them, just about all of these wizards, sorcerers, occultists, at some point they venerate Lucifer in some way.
Well, like Albert Pike, especially in the Morals and Dogma, and I'm sure you've read that famous section where he says, the pure doctrine of Lucifer. He's talking about the pure doctrine of Lucifer. And Alice Bailey, who's one of the kind of like devotees to Madame Helena Blavatsky, and she talks about the Luciferian engine, how it promises immortality in God's stature. And she talks about the need to accept the Lucifer's occult gnosis, and the serpent's promise to man, and the forbidden fruit of knowledge, good and evil. But all these things are good. Apotheosis, in other words. And it's very attractive. And Blavatsky and Albert Pike, and just name anybody, just like you're saying, they find, and Freemasonry especially, they finally say, they invert the Garden of Eden story and say, no, that apple, that forbidden knowledge is being offered to you by the true God, that Lucifer, the angel of light, the intellectual fire, Prometheus, that's why we have Ridley Scott, Prometheus, his recent movie, Prometheus, the firebringer. It's Lucifer. That's why it's called Prometheus. Ridley Scott's deep Satanist. And so that's what you have. You have the Luciferian energy spreading its wings, and we're being taught that it's all good, all of it, that you should pursue technology. That what's wrong with knowing everything? I mean, imagine just telling like a 5-year-old, yeah, it's fine, just go experiment with anything you want. You want to run across the highway? Check it out. It's an experience. Go for it. I mean, knock yourself out. No, there's some things that we're not supposed to know. When I was a kid, I thought, oh yeah, that is true. We should know everything. I studied everything. And as I become older, I realize I'm still studying everything, but it's not the same intention. I'm not trying to know all the New Age secrets, astral travel, and paranormal understandings and psychedelics and meditation or crystals and numerology and astrology and tarot. Like that knowledge, people say, oh, if you had the knowledge of the occult, you could use it against them. I hear this all the time. Like what people, even on my Twitter page, why are you so against meditation? Why are you so against DMT? Why are you so against the ancient secret knowledge, the occult knowledge? Like, look how powerful the occult are using Luciferian knowledge. Lucifer was the true God offering the apple to man. That's just what people are saying, not even knowing they're saying it. My response is, you think the knowledge that the dark, most wicked, genocidal, evil, I guess I could just say, entity and force in the world uses for their power, that's going to somehow be good in your hands? I mean, think about, I guess, brain damage just people have to think that they could just, and I made a huge enemy of this one website, I forgot the name, The Dot, Decoders of Truth. They hate my guts there. They blocked me because I started suggesting that, all the stuff, the groovy, cool, Age of Aquarius, cool things that they're talking about, powers and ancient pyramid powers, all this stuff. Hey, it's just fun to think about. I was saying, well, it's all a trap. And they started really getting mad. They just blocked me eventually. I said pretty much that all 200,000 of you are lost. I just made enemies. I'm making enemies of everybody I talk to now because I'm not endorsing all of the occult science that people are exalting. They think that they can get away with murder, that these ancient secret tombs and books of knowledge that Lucifer has promised, is science and occult practices, that in Kabbalah, that these things can be used against the occult. They have no idea that that's exactly what the occult are doing. Who do you think is giving everyone this occult knowledge? Who is writing all these New Age books? Who's making these New Age bookstores? Who's making all these films that give occult knowledge? Who is behind giving the world occult knowledge? It's the occult. They want you to have it. They're not trying to hide it. As do you think they're trying to hide occult ideas? Look at Hollywood. It's Harry Potter. It's nothing but occultism. They want you to be curious. They want you to have it. And so what you said, Zachariah Sitchin, he's pushing aliens, but not demonic entities. David Icke talking about reptilian hybrids. And you've got Gerald Clark. Gerald Clark. There's another one out there. And they're all really nice people. I'm nothing against them. But they're like, oh, we found these Sumerian tablets, and the Sumerian tablets prove such and such. And I'm saying, are you sure about that? Because isn't that the story of Project Bluebeam? Isn't that the same plot line as Ridley Scott's Prometheus? That they found ancient tablets which suggest such and such. And so that's why I said, Gerald Clark and all these people, they're smoking pipe.
And you are seeing
CGI.
You're seeing the hints of
what?
You're kind of seeing the small hints of what they're planning, because you have some of these alien disinfo guys in Antarctica, or they claim to be in Antarctica, and they're talking to this or that alien group, and it just sounds like a bunch of goofy nonsense. They're saying, oh, there's this and this alien species and that alien species are in on it, and it just sounds so completely comical.
They're making it pretty mainstay too. Like it used to be that you said that kind of thing, I don't know, 20 years ago, you'd be like, oh, you've been watching too much sci-fi. But now people are, they're on. And then Marduk, I've watched some of these videos, and Marduk will come back, and Nibiru is a planet and I'm like, have you proven outer space yet? This is all I'm asking these people to do. I'm not really, I'm saying, look it's cool. Anunnaki respond from the DNA of some outer space king Marduk, and the ancient aliens are returning to seize power over the earth, as they did in times of yore. blah, 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 50 years of this shit. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking because when you get into like Sitchin or you get into Ike, you feel like you're getting the truth. I mean, you're like, oh my God, this is it, David Icke, reptilians. Oh, I've got it. I mean, me myself, I want to learn everything I could about these reptilians, and at this point, I'm wondering if that was a waste of time.
Well, it's not a waste of time because consider it all. It's all kind of a learning curve. It's good for you to know that too, because I mean, who is it that got me into looking at conspiracies? David Icke. I read, and I have the Perception Deception on my bookshelf. I mean, who's better than David Icke, right? he lays it all out, and he talks about the Rothschild Zionists, right? And he talks about the aliens and the reptilians and every. I mean, you can learn more from David Icke than anybody, but even David Icke could be a little bit deceived, right? There could be. I mean, think of how many layers I've had to go through to say what I'm saying tonight, because I was all about reptilian hybrids and Anunnaki, because these people, these experts that talk about it, they're really, even Gary Wayne, who I really respect, but he's very dead serious about, ancient alien Anunnaki, and I'm not saying he's wrong in his lineage examples. He's talking about lineage. I think he's probably right on track. But the idea of that, we're going to outer space for all this, and planet Nibiru, this is where you first have to prove to me the true geography of the Earth and the extent that outer space extends. Because according to the military, in the 1950s and 60s and 70s, and when they had Operation Fishbowl under Operation Dominique, which means the Lord, they were bombing the high glass ceiling of the firmament, and they could not get through. Do you know what they call what NASA calls the firmament from the Bible? They call it the Van Allen radiation belt. You ever heard that before?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And they always say, we can't get through the Van Allen radiation belts, but we're working on it. We're trying to get through the Van Allen. See, that's their repackaging of a biblical concept called the firmament. That we live in it's called an enclosed cosmology. We actually live on a plane with a toroidal electromagnetic force, and that's what the North Pole is. And Nikola Tesla talked about this. The ether, the magnetic ether, and the poles, and that the sun and moon are electromagnetic, that they're connected electromagnetically. The moon's not reflecting the sunlight. The moon is a transduction mechanism. It's connected to the sun electromagnetically, not reflecting, but in the same way that if you hold a fluorescent light near a transformer, you can get the light bulb to light up without touching the transformer. It's electromagnetic transduction. Okay, so if that's what we're dealing with, if we're dealing with an enclosed cosmology with electromagnetics that govern the stars, the moon, and the sun, then that that's why I make so many enemies. Every single, the Decoders of Truth website, who they hate my guts now, and a lot of other people who are going to listen to this and no longer like me.
Don't worry, you're on the right show for making people hate you. I do that all the time.
I love it, because I figure if people start to hate me, then I'm right over the target, right?
Yeah.
And so the ancient alien, it's kind of like, it seems like more deception to me. The Luciferian setup was to prepare us for the fake alien space invasion. Okay, that was the Jesuits' idea. They're preparing us for a fake alien space invasion. So aren't all these people falling into the agenda if they're teaching ancient aliens and Anunnaki and Nibiru? I mean, I'm sorry to dethrone just about every person on YouTube, but I'm not buying it. And I think they've been smoking a CGI pipe from NASA and believing in Hollywood films, science fiction films, believing that it's real. And the Jesuits got all this rolling with Copernicus and Kepler and Galileo, and then Sir Isaac Newton. and they just trashed Ptolemy. And Tycho Brahe. They trashed these guys. They just said, nope, no geocentrism anymore. And they invented billions and billions of bios, and trillions of magnitudes. And eventually we're just a worthless, meaningless speck, floating as a speck in speck space with more specks on trillions of miles of specks that are swirling in random, chaotic, meaningless. I mean, there's no room for God in that model, right? I mean, how do you slip in the Bible and Christ? God is so far away from you in the heliocentric model. It's almost deism. Like God, well, I mean, it's not even deism. God didn't start the game and he's far away. In the atheist model, there's no God at all. I mean, this is how far they got God out of they just factored God out of the equation, little by little. And so now, it's all to prepare us for this fake alien space invasion and the emergence of artificial intelligence-based alien life. And the fake alien deception, it dovetails perfectly. Now think about this, Daniel. The fake alien deception of currently that we all know is coming down, right? It dovetails perfectly with the Anunnaki ancient alien fantasies. So the alien, I call it rubbish, it lays the foundation for the ultimate Jesuit alien Antichrist Messiah deception. So think of the big blue heliocentric Band-Aid. That's what I call it. The big blue marble heliocentric Band-Aid. So there's a huge thorn in the side of the ancient alien Anunnaki propaganda. And it's bleeding out the sides right now. And I am one of the chief causes of this wound. And that's why I'm making a million enemies tonight. Because I am going to be in the crosshairs of a lot of people. Because I'm saying that the whole ancient alien Anunnaki mythology is bleeding out the sides, and I'm helping. It's limping along. It's searching for the big blue marble heliocentric Band-Aid to stop the bleeding. Because if the ancient alien and Nibiru flying through space, all this stuff, if we discover about the satanic Luciferian origins of NASA and Copernican heliocentric globe model deception is perpetuated by Jesuits, and if we discover that we're not actually in a huge, vast universe with all these distances, then all of these things crumble to the earth. And I think that's was the intention of the Jesuits, to create this deception for hundreds of years till we get to now where even the genius scholars of the Bible are teaching the exact deception that the Jesuits wanted them to teach. And so that will be what I call one deception to rule them all. And that's the name of my next book. We're all going to be entranced into this idea of alien contact. And it could be through the conduit of artificial intelligence. It could be an actual entity. And it's going to be dazzling. But I'll be the only person sitting with a lawn chair on my roof going, nope, that's not what's happening. It's basically just the Luciferians either in contact with demonic forces using demonic intelligence to razzle-dazzle us, or maybe not even so much that, just their own intellectual wickedness coming up with more Disneyland, NASA shows for us to get us to go steps further into their Luciferian digital techno matrix. And
yeah,
that could be. Yeah, go ahead.
William Cooper, he's very famous in this conspiracy world, and he actually talked a lot about aliens and things like that throughout much of his career. But at the end, he actually discovered that he had been unwillingly spreading disinformation, and his whole hypothesis at the end was that the whole time they were fake and the technology was real, but actually pretty much everything that he was out there doing was, or actually what he was doing was he was unwittingly spreading disinformation for these Luciferians out there.
isn't that interesting? How isn't there a phrase from the Bible? And again, I'm certainly no Bible scholar. I respect those that are. There's just so much to learn in that book. But even the elect shall be deceived. Isn't that not an exact quote, but there's something in the concept that even the elect, and it could be that this, and it's like, I don't know what to tell people. Like, how can people not be figuring these things out? And it could be that it's just only certain people will ever figure it out. You know?
Well, I can say one thing. I can say one thing. I personally, I believe that it was what you said about there being maybe these Luciferians are working with demonic entities, because I do know about these shadow beings, and these things seem to be demons from what I can tell.
Yeah, and I think you've had your own paranormal experiences, and I do think there is a spiritual realm with demonic entities, and that's one of the reasons I tell people don't go down that road of psychedelics. Because it's full of love and peace and light at first, but you're getting into a labyrinth of demonic entities. And it's really hard to talk about this stuff because people just turn their ears off, go, oh man, what? See, I mean, look at it this way. You can't use the word demon in a scientific circle, but you can use the word alien. Like, have we ever contacted aliens? No. I could actually go into, Harvard. I could say to the astrophysics department at Stanford and say, Frank Drake's equation, because Frank Drake did an equation on the kind of like the distribution of carbon and hydrogen in the universe and the likelihood on that distribution ratio of there being extraterrestrial life. And Frank Drake is this famous astrophysicist. Frank Drake was actually my professor at UCSC. I actually knew him. I took upper division astrophysics at UCSC, and I talked to the guy. But he has a famous equation talking about alien life. So I could go into these academic, scholastic arenas, and I could say, I think if we do contact alien life, here's what we should do. And people will very sober and seriously talk with me for hours about this, okay? I mean, what am I talking about? We've never contacted alien life. We've never proven there's anything beyond actually 100 miles. I mean, NASA's just CGI. So how is it that I can talk about aliens as if I'm talking about, Sam down the street, but I can't use the word demon or on some kind of nut? See, that's how far the Jesuits have gotten the world. They've got us to the point where simulation theory is now being postulated as a reasonable explanation for our reality. The fact that we are living in a computer simulation. And I'm sure you've heard about this, right?
Oh yeah, that's a big thing nowadays.
Yeah, it started with The Matrix, the movie called The Matrix, and it's the idea that, and they're seriously entertaining this in the astrophysical circles, the college circuit. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku, they're really serious. The universe is code. It's computer code. When I first heard that, I thought, wow, that sounds like it's right. Like, that's probably it. Right? Because people like you and people like me, if it's off the beaten path, it sounds like it could be right. So we kind of can be deceived in some ways easier than others, because I'm pretty much open to anything in terms of research, whereas a lot of people will close their minds if a certain topic comes their way. So I was like, yeah, it's computer code. And David Icke talked about it, and I respected David Icke. So I said, well, David Icke makes sense. Look, he took ayahuasca, so he knows about, it's all computer code. It's holographic universe theory. It's a hologram, and it's a simulation. And then, the big computer programmer in the sky, that's God. And then God is an alien. I mean, it just all dovetails together. And so simulation theory is just a computer matrix metaphor. This is what I see, Daniel. Because I think we can have our cake and eat it too. We can have our science fiction, which I love, to watch science fiction, but I can also emphasize the word fiction and continue to enjoy it. Simulation theory is a computer matrix metaphor to posit or to propose a reconfiguration of reality based upon Babylonian Egyptian Hermeticism. So simulation theory pretends to be spiritual. It's right on the cusp. It's the Jesuit, I call it the Jesuit religion. The Jesuit religion is not Vatican Christianity, Catholicism. The Jesuit religion is astrophysics. It's astrotheology. It's Babylonian occultism. It's Kabbalah. So all of this simulation theory, holographic universe theory, the universe is a computer matrix coding system. It's just metaphorical talk which pretends to be very spiritual. It's like, I call it quantum mystical, as though everything's coming out of an ancient Hermetic, satanic, Babylonian, Egyptian, book of Thoth, the emerald tablets, like everything's coming out of, like the truth is to be found in the book of Thoth, the emerald tablets, and we'll discover that as it is above, so it is below, and it's a simulation, and it's atomistic, it's atoms, and all these things. You see how, do you notice the more I talk, where you can't quite figure out if I'm talking about occultism or I'm talking about quantum physics. See, they blurred the line so well that the more I talk about quantum physics, the more it starts to sound like Fritz Capper's The Tao of Physics, Eastern mysticism. And the more I talk about Eastern mysticism and Kabbalah and Hermeticism and Babylonian mysticism and necromancy, the more it starts to sound like the equations that you read on blackboards in quantum physics. Because it's all coming from the same wicked Luciferian mouth. All of it. And so you look at the Eastern mystics, Eastern European quantum physicists, Niels Bohr, Max Planck, the pioneers of quantum physics were actually steeped in Eastern mystical Kabbalistic thinking. So what they did is they repackaged Kabbalah and they introduced it to the world as, Big Bang cosmology, quantum physics, dark matter. All these things are nothing but repackaged mysticism. So to bring that back, simulation theory is a metaphor. Outer space is a metaphor. Holographic universe is a metaphor. That we're being taught is science and real, but it's a metaphor for their occult religion. And they want us thinking about simulation. They want us thinking about the reconfiguration of reality using digital, artificial, intelligent mechanisms. They want you to be chasing that white rabbit as much as possible and to learn all you can about a world that is digital in construction and holographic and reconfigurable. And the ultimate idea is to trash it and then, like a phoenix, and to rebuild it in their own image, in the image of Lucifer. I call it the image of the beast. That they're trying to build the beast, the image of the beast, and they want to move you into it in a hive mind mentality. You'll be connected, like the Internet of Things. You'll be connected to it, like a hive mind. So yeah, simulation theory.
Yeah, and again, with a lot of these things that people are seeing, these paranormal things like aliens, Wolfman, Bigfoot, there's so many different paranormal type of cryptozoology, cryptid creatures that people see, but there's also this stuff in alien lore about these underground bases with all kinds of strange things going on, like cloning, and it very well could be that there's just advanced technology down there, and there's humans that are creating the gray aliens or creating reptilian aliens, or they might be people wearing rubber suits, or it might be puppetry or robotics or holograms. There's so many possibilities.
Well, that's the thing is that, what I'm saying is that the pet peeve that we just call this program Greg's Pet Peeve. the pet peeve that I introduced at the very beginning is that people have locked jaws on this stuff as if it's fact, where it was just a lot of interesting stories that were, fantasy based at the very beginning. I'm just alarmed that, I'm not saying it's really, true or not true. I'm not saying, I don't even know. There could be outer space. I can't prove any of these things for sure. For all I know, there's a universe. The Earth is completely, exactly spherical. I don't know. I'm real suspicious of that idea. But ancient aliens, bases, Area 51, the Greys, hidden technology, artificial intelligence being nothing but a resurrection of ancient technology. And some say that artificial intelligence is basically running the show, and it's getting us to create like itself. That's another theory, that AI is a hoax, and it's kind of like creating itself through us. These things I don't know. I'm bringing up 1,000 things.
I had an interesting theory. I had a theory about that. Even with these shadow beings, one thing I noticed about them is they seem to be made out of this black, smoky material. And when you look at some of this science fiction, the nanobots and some of this science fiction that float around, these shadow beings almost look like they could be collections of nanobots just kind of floating around and forming different shapes.
Interesting. So it's like you're kind of seeing the grand synthesis of what you're learning in science come together in some of these more occult observations that you're having.
Yeah, and what got me was this a kid named Max Spears that he was supposedly one of these super soldiers that died, and he was giving away some information before his death, and he was talking about being observed by these shadow beings and these shadow spiders, and he drew what he said was that it had something to do with this AI, the same AI that you mentioned earlier when you said that it's possible that the AI is actually running the show. Well, he said that these things were being sent by that AI, and I started thinking, well, who's to say that those aren't just nanobots then?
Right. Well, aren't we ultimately just playing games with words, semantic games? Because say you want to call it AI, okay? Well, couldn't you just call it Satan? Think about it. They're just taking ancient spiritual, warfare, and they're just renaming stuff in a secular, atheistic, materialistic way. That's all that's happening. And it's so hard for us to not be mystified and confused, because there's so much stuff coming at us that appears to be, legitimate science and real, that we're fully embracing a quasi-mediated scientific world. See, it's all being mediated by a scientific interpretation, so that you won't question. You'll go, oh yeah, that sounds reasonable. Because we were taught in the vernacular of this Luciferian scientific paradigm. So now we're fully open to accept all the things that you just talked about, the Greys, artificial intelligence being in charge, space being real. All these things are very, very plausible all of a sudden to us. Not all of a sudden, but seems like that, because they've been, the matriculation of those concepts has been so thoroughly washed into our minds over hundreds of years. So I'm suspicious, is what I'm saying, as to the kind of like the reality of a lot of the stuff that we're finding to be real in a scientific-based way. I think what we're seeing is just repackaged occult metaphoric ideas. They're just repackaging what a demon would be, calling it an alien, or they're repackaging Luciferian energy and they're calling it AI. They're just changing the name. And so that's why I tell people that I don't get too lost in the scientific paradigms, because I can see how it's just repackaging ancient occult ideas. So I think in the same way that if someone takes acid, they have interdimensional tripping outs, they could have demonic things. I think that's kind of what's going on, is that it's again, I call it quasi-psychedelic. And it's mediated by digital technology. So it's a quasi-psychedelic experience, if that makes sense to people. So it's a quasi-psychedelic experience mediated through digital channels. And digital, I mean AI, computer, virtual channels, simulation theory concepts. All of these digital, techno-mystical, quantum mystical avenues are a way of entrancing us, seducing us, mesmerizing us, making the reconfiguration of reality believable. And this is hard stuff for anyone to get their mind around. This is really advanced stuff. And so I'm trying to reduce it and constellate it and condense it into something that actually makes sense to your average person. It's a big job. And so I try to use language pretty powerful so that people scratch their heads. I want someone to stop in their tracks and go, what did he just say? And that's the only way I think I'm going to get through to anybody. Because I just keep rambling on about Anunnaki and aliens and like everyone else is doing. We're going nowhere except into the total acceptance of an alien, a Jesuit alien invasion or alien messiah, and believing it's actually, the true messiah, as opposed to being an antichrist, demonic reconfiguration. This is magic, Daniel. See, I don't like to use the word science. I'm calling it what it is now. It's black, it's dark magic, it's Babylonian magic. People like to go, oh, you mean what you're trying to say is that magic is, Arthur C. Clarke talked about how you can't understand, I don't know the exact quote, you can't understand a science that appears to be magic. I'm going to flip that around. I'm going to say that the science that we say, oh, see, it's not really magic, it's actually science. I'm going to say, no, the science that we call science is actually magic. By magic, I mean connected to demonic spirit. It's not just I made a cell phone, it's called Black Mirror, right? Turn off your phone, Black Mirror. It's a scrying device. I can see into the future. I can get mystical knowledge. It's a cult. Your cell phone is an occult manifestation. And so they've connected all of those in the Black Mirror. And of course, you've heard of Black Mirror on Netflix. And so it's not science. Everyone calls these things science. No, it's black magic. And it didn't come out of somebody just being a very smart scientist. It came from what you were mentioning. It came from occult connections, from spiritual rituals. It came from Jack Parsons' mentality, connected to sex magic, and the Book of the Law by Aleister Crowley, and the Book of Thoth, the Emerald Tablets, Hermes. It comes from plugging into darker Luciferian reservoirs of intellectual power. The apple, eat this, get this knowledge. So it's hard for me to talk to people on two different levels at the same time. One is scientific vernacular, and one is that it's actually spiritual occult war going on. But I'm starting to take the gloves off with people more and more, and instead of pussyfoot around, I'm starting to tell people I'm not really playing around with your heliocentric fantasy anymore. The idea that, oh yeah, there's all these things and these forces up in the outer space and the Hubble, and I'm like, I just tell people right away, I go, hey, I think it's all bullshit actually. Can you prove any of the things you're saying? And people get upset. They go, well, I've seen pictures from NASA. I go, oh, great. Greatest film production company in the world, NASA. And so, and I'm not going to try to bring this into a flat earth discussion, but I think it's all connected is what I'm saying. People they've made flat earth a religion. And flat earth is not a religion. Flat earth is just a Zayatic astrology, geographic exploration of where you live. And when people make a religion out of flat earth, I think they totally miss the boat. So sometimes on my Twitter, I say, I'm not going to argue flat earth with anybody. You go check it out. You go do 1,000, there's 1,000 websites being made, new websites every second about flat earth. There's millions. Go check it out. And, like, in the time that I've been talking to you today, 50 million new websites on Flat Earth just appeared on the internet. There's no end to Google searches, and if you want to find out. And so, but people are making it a religion. I don't think it even matters ultimately. Let's say the Earth is a trapezoid. Who cares? It just doesn't matter. What matters is that you see what I'm saying? What matters is that we're being led into a transhumanistic, digital, techno-mystical prison. That's what matters.
You know what blows my mind? What blows my mind is, I mean, there's plenty of people out there that believe in God. Like, there's so many parishioners out there that go to church every Sunday. But a lot of these people, I've talked to a lot of them, they, for whatever reason, they don't believe in Satan, they don't believe in the devil, they don't believe in Lucifer. That doesn't make sense to me. All these people out there, they believe in God, but they don't believe that there would be like a counter or an opposite or a negative there.
Well, I think people have been hammered so hard by the Luciferian culture. Like I said in my last book, it's a Luciferian culture, and we've all been indoctrinated. And if you get hammered really hard by your friends and your parents and school and everyone you know to believe in a certain or think in a certain worldview, a framework, paradigm, you're going to keep deviating your mind away from anything that gets you more ridicule or scorn. You have to be pretty thick-skinned. You have to be pretty powerful thinker to say the things that we're talking about tonight. And most people, they don't have experience with that kind of thinking, I guess you could say. So they just keep going with the crowd, and eventually there's just a lot of hotspots. I mean, some people, it's like, yes, I believe in God and this and that, but if you talk about, like you say, demonic forces, they kind of go, oh, well, you're going too far with it. Okay, so there's just God, and everything else is just hunky-dory, I guess. So it's basically people aren't thinking things through because the cognitive dissonance is painful. If you get scorned and ridiculed too much, it's painful to think that there's another truth that goes against the truth that you were taught by this powerful consensus group. And that's what science is all about. It's a neo-scholastic, fascist neo-scholastic realm where you can't go out of the box. And so I can talk about aliens at Stanford, and to me, that's talking about Zeus, talking about like Greek mythology. To them, it's like, no, that's highly plausible. But then, same place, you mention, Lucifer, they're like, oh, come on. Everyone knows that that's just a fairy tale. Okay, so you end up kind of like traveling in certain circles, I guess you could say. And so you end up where you end up. And so I've ended up, I'm alone a lot because there's not many people. Well, like I said, I have a really good friend, Michael Epperson, who's really sharp on a lot of this stuff. So we talk at length. Like, I hope he's listening in tonight, or I hope he calls in tonight. That would be great. But can't talk to too many people about when you go down this far into looking at deceptions. I think, Daniel, we have to develop our own nomenclature, our own code to discuss these things so that people will be open to them and not be alarmed as to what we're saying. And so,
yeah,
in the same way that Jesuits,
I think that is part of the. I think that's part of the deception, though. It's kind of got that resistance inbuilt.
It was what? Say it again.
Oh, it's got kind of its own resistance or immune system kind of built into it. You kind of alluded to that earlier. That if you do try to change people's minds, like, well, one experience I've had is I've talked about all this stuff. I've talked about, flat Earth, reptilians, just about any sort of paranormal topic, and I've never really gotten any flack for it. But the second I started really hammering the Luciferian thing, I started getting all these weirdos just acting really nutty around me.
Yeah, it's like, it's like go no farther sign all of a sudden is put in front of you. it's kind of like, again, it's the science that's locked this down. It's like, just think about Darwinism. It's a scientific theory. It's not a fact. I mean, the idea, there's no intermediary fossils, the molecular clockwork doesn't work out, the genetic composition of different creatures, that whole argument doesn't work either. You know, they say that, the genetic, like the DNA content in a monkey is similar to a man. You know, because there's a similarity, then one must come from the other, right? Well, I'm composed of carbon, and my table is composed of carbon, and does that mean that I came from the table? See, these are the types of fallacious philosophic arguments that people in science are using, and people don't have a lot of background in logic, so they just believe it. So think about Darwinism. It would have been jettisoned a long time ago, but the doctrine of evolution, it swept the world not on the strength of its scientific merits, but precisely on its capacity to advance forward as a Gnostic myth. So it's Gnosticism that kind of like where this all comes from. It's like, I mean, people say, oh, Christian Gnosticism, but that's okay. Well, Christian Gnosticism is an inversion of the Garden of Eden story, so that Lucifer is the real God. People say, yeah, but I mean, you could just get this knowledge and you could be like, you know, really smart. And I'll say, well, knock yourself out, try it, you know. I mean, you tangle yourself up for years. And so that's what science has done to us. We're all confused about, is artificial intelligence real? Are aliens real? Are they living underground? I mean, it's all possible at this point. You know, if we're living in a simulation, they've got it to the point by factoring out Christ and factoring out the Bible, they've got it to the point where anything is possible. So now everyone's open to, it's like taking acid. That's what I call quasi-psychedelic experience, mediated by digital technology. We're all open to the big deceptions now. They got everybody, me included.
Yeah, I've been really. I mean, I myself, not only have I, mistakenly pushed a lot of disinformation, but also, getting interested in magic and in occult and this whole idea of creating your own reality and thinking of yourself as a god. I had no idea, right. But I was actually getting into a form of Luciferianism.
Absolutely. Well, that's why I'm not going to mention his name on the air. He's a nice guy, but kind of like more involved in the business and marketing end of conspiracy theories. I'm not going to say his name, but he's a nice guy. And then his Decoders of Truth, I was kind of like, you guys are really, they were like, wow, this guy's figuring out the Luciferian thing like nobody in the world, like they were all saying that. And I said, yeah, what I'm figuring out is that you guys are like worshiping Lucifer. Like all of you. Yeah, and they'd lost me eventually. I was just saying, look at all the stuff that's so, shiny, the shiny new toy. Because Lucifer comes as an angel of light. People study light and they think it's light, love, peace, joy, light, and photons, and light. See, light and Helios. Light, the sun, Helios, heliocentric. See, the Jesuits are occultists. They put light in Freemasons' halls. They have the sun. It's light. Lucifer, the angel of light. See, they worship light. And people say, well, how could that be bad? So, Greg, are you into the dark? I say, no, but it's deception. See, the light of Lucifer is deception, the angel of light. And so we always go for it. Intellectual knowledge, power, mental, loving people. Christ, you realize he said, I didn't come to bring love. He said, I come to bring a sword. People hate that. Like, oh, he's such an asshole. Christ came to bring a sword to divide families. Like, what an asshole, right? But what was he talking about? Well, he didn't come to bring light. God isn't light. See, that's Luciferian, and that's why photons are a big deal in astrophysics and science. Photons, light, it's a big deal. What did Einstein talk about? The bending of light. It's all about light. Okay, so the Christian idea is that God isn't light. God created light, created the sun. But see, here's what's going on. The Luciferians have us worshiping the creation, not the creator. See how that works? The creature, worshiping ourselves. That's what's going on. We're worshiping the creature. And so the Bible and Christ talks about worshiping the creator, worshiping God. So we're taught that that's absolutely stupid. I'm not going to bow down to any God, right? You hear people in the New Age. I'm not going to bow down to a God. Okay, so what is that? We're looking at hubris. We're looking at arrogance. And we all suffer from this. And that's why I think the Christian idea talks at length about having enough humility to accept the gift of Christ. Because if you're without humility, why would you? It's like, I don't need that. It's like I'm just doing fine without that. And so I think what we're talking about is the ultimate narcissistic energy in the world, Lucifer. And when
there's a guy, it would be really cool if you were able to put your head together with this guy one of these days, Robert Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about some pretty trippy stuff, and he says something very similar to what you just said. And if you could just talk to him even for 10 minutes one of these days, oh my God, I know that would be explosive.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that would be great. He's probably more well-versed in biblical things than I. Is he more biblically based? Is he biblically based?
Well, with him, he's saying a lot of the same things, except in his view, Lucifer is more of like an alien or some sort of interdimensional being.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a little different, but so much of I think the truth kind of just shines through on some level for everybody, and some people have, some people are just lost in disinfo, and then others have it pretty close. That's been my experience after interviewing hundreds and hundreds of people, and your work and yourself, you caught my eye on Twitter because I immediately recognized what you were putting on there as truth, and I was like, oh my God, this is this is what I'm after. I immediately felt a little tug, this is where I need to chase.
Yeah, a lot of people have said things similar to that. Because I talk about the alien intelligence being actually a demonic force, which is not a new idea, right? And science fiction, outer space, and the Vatican deception. But then I go into these other places where I keep throwing little nuggets out there to say that there's actually more deceptions with these deceptions. And I think people, I think we kind of know that we're close, but you go through layers of deception, and you think, hey, this is the end of the road. There's going to be an alien antichrist deception, and it dovetails into scientism, like what I'm talking about, and quantum mysticism, and astrotheological, techno-mystical paradigms. And we all, so when I say things, people go, yeah, that's the truth. But ultimately, I don't have still the full picture. I may be one of those people that's pretty darn close. I do read enough and hear enough and talk enough and see enough to know that what I'm saying is not being said by too many people. But, as you just said, the core of what I'm saying is that there is a Luciferian trick being played. And that, like the apple, just eat this knowledge. It's apotheosis. You will be as God. And so even searching for the truth is a little bit like falling for Lucifer's trick. See, even when you search for the truth, like you are and I am, we're still kind of being led by Lucifer because he wants us to keep searching for this. And this is why it's so tricky, you see? And at some point, you have to come clean with yourself and go, okay, I need to investigate this Christ idea more than anything. And not that people should like, oh, I have to just become Christian. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you need to look into all these Luciferian deceptions and why they've been set in place. Like, what's the reason? Where are we being led? That's it. And now that's where I come to transhumanism. Is that the apotheosis, the becoming God idea, is a transhumanistic vision, ancient vision of the Babylonian occult, to become God. And now they're preaching it through the vernacular of transhumanism. And you got movies like Transcendence with Johnny Depp, and the idea of uploading consciousness and genetic engineering, where we actually go to that place of God, and it sounds great, right? Who would fight it? Except for the fact that the elite intend to position themselves as these gods and just basically kill everyone else.
Yeah,
so
they're so good at it too.
Yeah.
Like, you said, like, you're talking about how Lucifer, he's the master of deception, and what's funny is it's like everything is like inverted, flipped on its head.
Yeah.
It's 99% true, but it's that 1%, that little bit of deception that turns the whole thing on its head. It's really layers and layers of these inversions, and we don't know his name's Satan, his name's Lucifer, his name's Loki, or Enki, or Beelzebub, or
Enki.
Baal. And yeah, there's so many different names for him himself. And then on top of that, you have all this different alien disinfo. Is it the reptilians? Is it demons? Is it technology? It's like we're so lost that it can almost make you insane just getting lost in all this deception.
And that's why people, they tap out. I think they get like, if you go down, if you spend years, think about it. To anyone, your normal person, to anyone listening to us tonight, that's just your normal, run-of-the-mill person, would think we are absolutely psychotic in every way, right?
Yeah.
But what? Really, think about it. But what we're doing is, we're at such a, it's like being in a PhD program. It's a new language, and I pretty much almost, in a way, single-handedly invented my own language of talking about all this. If you read my book or even the tweets I'm making, I'm kind of like inventing my own personal Greg Garrett language of describing everything. And, I'm really precise with words because we don't have a lot of time to fuck around. It's not, I can't like go around Robin's barn forever and just say, well, write like 50,000 books on it. Pretty much have to drop bombs on people, or literary bombs, and get them to think. And if enough people, I don't know, is there the possibility of turning this around? I don't know, but I just kind of want. I'm not thinking of even turning it around anymore. I'm just thinking of like, is there salvation from this? Like, are we just going to all go into a transhumanistic hell?
Well, what's interesting, and I'm just to the part of your book where you're getting into this, where you're talking about revelations, and it seems like these people are trying to make it come true. That's so strange.
Yeah. Oh, that's like basically I wrote a chapter. It was called "Is the Bible prophecy or a blueprint?"
Yeah.
I think maybe that's where you are in my book. And so I was like, oh, if it's if it's a prophecy, then real prophecy, then we better pay attention, and we're going to have an Antichrist come, Armageddon, like heads up, guys, this is real. And then war, Antichrist. But if it's a blueprint, then they're following it, like they're trying to make it happen. Okay, and then the other thing is, it could be both. It could be the Word of God, and they're also following it, and they're trying to make it happen a little bit faster than it should. Because if you notice, the New Jerusalem that Trump just recognized, and the Israel is just about to kill everybody in the world. Iran and like all their enemies are being wiped out using the American military, and so we're seeing the end times happen. But they're like trying to accelerate the process. Like they want to get the Antichrist unveiled quicker than the Bible states it should happen. Because the prophecy, I think it's something like the New Jerusalem will happen and the Antichrist appears, but they're trying to like accelerate geopolitically all these events from the Bible so that they can like have it happen right away. But if the Bible's prophecy, you can't speed it. Like if it's actually some kind of archetype plan by God, we can't rush it. It's going to happen, as they say, in God's time. So that's the other thing. Is it a blueprint? Are they following it like a blueprint? Or is it both the Word of God and the blueprint? I don't have the answer. But I know, whatever it is happening exactly like it says in this book called the Bible. Whether it's being followed as a blueprint or it's a prophecy, it is happening. That's undeniable. And so we have to pay attention. We can't just go, oh, well, it's okay. Things will just blow over. No, it's racing towards, apocalyptic Armageddon, Antichrist stuff. And that's where that's the only reason I'm still kind of been talking or writing about this stuff, because I think there will be a choice. Like I told my friend Michael Epperson in the car, I said, hey, so you'll have to make a choice between accepting transhumanistic technology and intermeshing or interlacing, with this technology, or die. Because if you don't take it, eventually we're back to your FEMA camps, rounding up all the people that refuse this technology. Because they're just holding the world back. See, the age of Aquarius, the New Age is where they're trying to take it. Luciferian age. And they're holding this age of Pisces, this Christian thing is holding everyone back. They're going to destroy Christianity and then destroy the Christians. So now, if the Christians are wrong and, just waltz on into transhumanistic matrix land and everything's going to be okay, then fine. But have we seen any elite organization in the history of the world use power in a friendly way? Or does it always just corrupt the shit out of them and they enslave and torture like the Goyim, like the Jews call us the Goyim, the ones that aren't of their Ashkenazi bloodline? What Goyim means cattle. We're just stupid cattle that they use as slaves, through corporations, like as slaves, or they just kill us when they want, and we're too stupid to figure out that they're wicked, so we deserve to die. And I tweeted that the other day on my Twitter. I said, they want to kill us because they think we're too stupid that we're so stupid that we trust in the elite. We trust in them. That's so stupid, so we deserve to die for being there. And they're right. But at the same time, we're not all that stupid, right? If that's the game, like the prophecy, it's hard one to swallow, that Christ is supposed to redeem this and it's supposed to happen, and if you accept Christ, you're good, you're fine. If that's really the game, I think we need to figure that out. That's why I'm still in the game. I think we need to figure that out. Because if there's only two options, one, go with the New Age, the Luciferian technologies, or two, reject it and be killed, but accept Christ and live eternally. So it's like one, eternal hell. The other choice, eternal heaven. Now, to me, that's a serious thing to look into. I'm not giving people the answer. I'm just saying I'm just putting it on the table. You see what I'm saying, Daniel? I'm laying it on the table. That's the choice.
I have to wonder, with all this deception out there, Perhaps because they are putting together a new world order, they want to unite the currency, break down all borders. Perhaps they're building this one world government so it could have one throne, and the Antichrist could sit on top of that throne.
Oh yeah, this sounds like it's like the very, very last chapter I was writing in my next book. But actually, I think that's the very cover page that you just kind of like hinted at, like the very first page of this book. I talk about like the title. I mean, the cover page. I say like the title of the book. I say one deception to rule them all. The Luciferian AI, artificial intelligence, alien deception, mystery, Babylon revisited. This is the title page. I know you like that part, right? Mystery Babylon revisited, from the ruins of Babylon.
Yeah, I got to
and
love
then
that.
I said, well, yeah, it's a nod to you right there. And then the other part of it is placing the capstone on the great work of the ages by placing Lucifer on the throne of the world. Okay, that's the title page. Placing the capstone on the great work of the ages by placing Lucifer on the throne of the world. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be an actual person. Like, I'm Lucifer. It could be a Luciferian power, an entity, energy. You know what I mean? It could be a Luciferian government on the throne of the world. And I think that's what you're getting at. And so this is the capstone lowering part. Like on the back of your dollar bill, and the capstone's hovering above. They're lowering the capstone on this pyramid. And it's this one world government, one world economic system, cryptocurrency. You see how they're leading us, used to be dollar bills and credit cards, and then you got it basically, RF. Now we have chips in the credit cards. We're like one step away from them chipping your hand, right?
Yeah, they're, by the time it finally gets rolled out, it's like they're getting us all prepared, so we're going to beg for it.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm glad you said that. That's people said, will it be like 1984 with a jackboot on your throat till the end of time? I go, no, it's going to be not George Orwell. It's going to be Aldous Huxley. It's going to be Brave New World. It's going to be psychedelics and promiscuous sex, no marriage. People encouraged to have sex for just pleasure and never get married and never have children that test tubes will take care of. Now, what are we seeing in today's world? Okay, people are pushing each other to have promiscuous sex, right? Avoid marriage. Everyone I know is like, oh, I'm not going to have kids. It's exactly what Brave New World, and Aldous Huxley was an Illuminati insider, by the way. So Brave New World, I always tell people, Brave New World is not a novel. It's a handbook. Brave New World is a handbook. They're creating a technological dystopian Luciferian future for us, where they take care of breeding, test tubes. They take care of all reproduction. We just are encouraged to be sexual, drugged up, to chase mostly sex. They want us to really just chase sex all the time. Sex and drugs. And, like rock and roll, basically. And that we will be seeing these technologies, the wristbands and Google glasses, and then USB interfacing with your computer. You just plug it into your arm, neural lacing, and Oculus Rift, and Ready Player One, Oasis types of gaming situations. And a lot of sex online. It's going to be like sex online. Everyone's going to be plugged in to a virtual sex. The Oasis will be a virtual sex suit that you wear with sensors on it. Okay, so that's all shiny technology, and when they, as you said, as they roll it out, people will not fight it like 1984. It'll be Brave New World. They'll beg for it, okay? And it's not just begging for it because the world's good, too. It'll also be, like destruction and war, so people will beg for help. And they'll say, hey, we have life extension technologies. Just plug you in right here. And so, but it's really it's all the angel of light. I always tell people, it's going to be probably in a way, very, very abundant for a while. In Germany, when Hitler came to power, there was massive abundance in Germany. It was like the most abundant and prosperous country in the world. But then what happened? Okay, so that's the United States. And Trump might make it the most abundant country in the world. And everyone will have jobs, and everyone's going to be happy. But it's just a setup for war, massive war. And so that's what you're seeing, all these technologies.
Another thing about what you said about how they're using sexuality to lure people into this, I think another aspect of that would be almost, I guess you could say it's a perversion of sexuality, because so many people are into like these weird fetishes, animals, rubber, the list goes on and on. There's people that are into mating with, like, they put on these furry suits and they do it that way. It almost seems like something's trying to get people off just like normal sex between a man and a woman for some reason.
Well, that's the Luciferian, like the Jesuit idea. If you can destroy Christianity, and if you can destroy the Christian family, then you can create a communist, socialistic world. In other words, a one-world government, right? So all you do is you push, and this is what the Ashkenazi, I'm not going to use the word Jew because people just, they don't understand that, but the Ashkenazi bloodline, the Frankfurt School from Germany, cultural Marxism, the Tavistock Institute, all these think tanks were propagating, and Marcuse from the Frankfurt School, again, cultural Marxism, were propagating all of these very, very kind of satanic views of sexuality. Hollywood, Jesuit Illuminati Hollywood. And they want people to be thinking about, chasing sexual highs more than raising children. So they did that.
Yes,
movies,
wow, that is fascinating. Yeah. My God, wow.
Yeah, see, and it's all engineered, social engineering at the highest level. Again, if you look into anyone listening, look into the Frankfurt School of Germany and look into cultural Marxism, look into Tavistock Institute, and just start looking into how our country became the way it is. It wasn't a feminism. Feminism was a social engineering project. It didn't just, happen out of nowhere. They're trying to destroy the Ashkenazi, or the synagogue of Satan. I'll call them that. I'm always offending somebody, so all this. They're trying to destroy the Christian family. And so, because that's the only obstacle to their socialist, communist, New World Order. As long as people are having kids and raising their kids and focusing on educating their own kids, they can't have the New World Order. So they're trying to make sure people are promiscuous and sexually hypersexualized. They hypersexualize Hollywood. And of course, what's really going on now is pedophilia. Because all these Satanists and Luciferians are pedophiles. And I don't mean like having sex with 11-year-olds. I mean having sex with 3-year-old babies. These are Satanists, and then killing them. They are complete Satanists. They want to make you the same way. See, this is why people don't understand. They think, they're going to hide all this. They're hiding the pedophilia. No, they're not hiding it. Like, Trump's supposed to be fighting the pedophiles. And no, that's not what's happening. They're unveiling it. See, it's in the news not because they don't want it. They want you to find out.
Yeah, at the same time as this stuff's going on, they're introducing these child sex robots.
Right, exactly. Child sex robots. They're in the news. They're talking about the pedophiles of Hollywood. Okay, and people think, so we're finding out all the nitty gritty, dirty truth. No, they're unveiling it. It's the externalization of a hierarchy. They want us to know all of these satanic things, fetishes and violence and killing and raping and pedophilia and blood sacrifice, blood rituals, human sacrifice. It's not because they just want to exhibit it. They want a Luciferian satanic one world government. They want you to indulge in these satanic rituals. They want you to become involved in pedophilia and human sacrifice. See, it's not because they're just like trying to hide it and it's coming out. That's why I'm kind of laughing at everyone, finding out about all this stuff. I'm like, look, it's not like they're hiding it. I mean, look at Hollywood films. They're not hiding a thing. Bank robbery, murder, genocide, violence, incest, it's all there. That's what they want. Anything that perverts the creation of God. And see, this is why Christianity is public enemy number one to them. What is Christianity but a huge compendium of moral structures from God? It's pretty crystal clear. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not use the Lord's name in vain. Or thou shalt not have false idols. It goes on and on. And so we've made a fetish and an idol of technology. And so I think I tweeted something once that we made a god, or we worshipped technology, and we've become the thing that we worship. So if you worship sex, you become a kind of sexual lower creature, right? If you worship gold, you become a very greedy, petty, materialistic creature. If you covet and worship technology, you become the thing you're worshiping. So what do people look at most of the day, especially younger people? What are they staring into? It's a little black box. You hold it in your hand and it lights up. So we're becoming, or right now I'm talking to you and there's a computer screen open and my cell phone's sitting here. Okay, these technologies are an extension of our soul at this point. We're becoming the thing that we reflect and ponder and look at. And so we are worshiping an idol. And that's why the Ten Commandments, that's a huge problem for the Luciferians. Thou shalt not have these false idols. Not just a golden calf, but now it's a shiny phone. And I'm as guilty as anyone else, by the way. All the stuff I'm saying tonight, I'm not saying I'm above it. In fact, the opposite. I'm so deep in it, I'm thoroughly qualified to expose it because I'm in it. I'm not looking at you and pointing fingers at this person and I'm looking at myself and going, wow, I have been trapped. And I don't even see a way out for myself. I'm not going to get rid of my cell phone.
Yeah, me neither. That darn Twitter, it's addicting.
Yeah. Well, Twitter's helping me, teach a few things too, right? People say, well, if you hate technology or if technology is the enemy, and you're using technology, and I'll say, yeah, guilty as charged. That's right. But the other thing is, I'm really talking about scientism, also, and scientism is heliocentric theory, Big Bang cosmology, evolutionary theory, gravity, and those I'm not really embracing that shit. I'm just talking about I'm using my car, it's technology, but I'm not worshiping my car. But yeah, I am using technology, but I can't say it's all innocent. I can't say, I'm using the occult knowledge to fight the occult. Remember I talked about that about an hour before? I said people think they can get occult secret teachings and use them against the occult. Like I can meditate and I can do all these things with crystals and tarot and Kabbalah, and I will become more enlightened. And no, you're just going. They want you to do that. They want you to get tied in knots, in labyrinthian occult celestial states of consciousness. They want you to do acid. They want you to do DMT. They want you, and so they want you to touch your screen.
That stuff about being a god and creating your reality, and the idea you can do anything, like you have magical power, it works up until the point where you need to bring this baby bird back to life, and you can't do it.
That's true. It's like the animating life part, the Frankenstein part, right? Well, and the other thing is you die. You know, it's like there's a huge, huge thorn in the side of the Luciferian transhumanistic occultist, and that is the apotheosis vision gets stopped in its tracks when you die. You know, apotheosis to become God, you know, immortal and eternal. But if you die at 92, well, so much for that vision. So that's a huge problem. That's why they're investing trillions of dollars and all their energies into transhumanism. That's the reason. They want to use genetic manipulation and cybernetic technologies and digital, mystical, quantum technologies.
And another thing that they also push on all of us is this whole idea of, I think it's called moral relativism, where things aren't right and wrong anymore. It's all like how you perceive it and how it relates to you. That's really what defines, like, there is no real right or wrong, and pedophilia and everything else is okay.
Yeah, I bought into that. Not pedophilia, but I bought into the moral relativistic viewpoint for a long time when I was in the New Age and back in college. I was like, oh yeah, you know, if a lion kills you, is it right or wrong? Well, for the lion, it's not wrong, right? The lion kills you, it survives. It probably gets to eat you and survive even, you know, longer, right? So is it good for you? Well, it's good for the lion. And it's, you know, bad for the lamb, right? It's bad for you. Okay, so it's relative. And I really thought, oh, it kind of makes sense, actually. Okay, so, you know, I definitely had my back turned to Christianity because the New Age teaches you how to turn your back to Christianity, right? So then I was like, okay, so then I came across a book. It's called Moral Relativism, Feet Planted Firmly in Midair. I was like, okay, you know, feet planted firmly in midair. So the idea, if there's no moral foundation, and this is why the Freemasons invented supercharged evolutionary theory and Darwinism. They wanted you to be thinking that it's through evolutionary forces that we evolved, and evolution has no moral structure. Evolution and Darwinism just has natural selection. Whatever works, works. And so basically, they were able to rape us and strip us of moral discretion by pushing evolution. That's kind of how they did it, really, and Darwinism. And it was, you know, science. And science has no morality. And so that's what we have. That's why all these things are working so well. Because there is no morality, and sophistry and philosophers have taught people that morality is relative. That's why kids will say, well, I can do anything I want. See, this is where it's coming from. It's coming from a social engineering pushing evolutionary theory and Darwinism in the scientific realm. But it doesn't really work, because think about this, Daniel. What's wrong with this statement? There's absolutely, everything, everything is relative. Okay, so everything's relative. Okay, so including that statement's relative too. So if I say everything, they say there are no absolutes. That's what relativists say. There are no moral absolutes. There's no absolutes. Okay. Philosophically, there's a problem. I just asserted an absolute. I said there's no moral absolutes. No, there's no way to have an absolute. If I say that there's no moral absolute, okay, that is an absolute I've just created. I'm telling everybody it is an absolute truth that there's no absolute. Do you see how it is all self-recursive, like tautologically self-devouring logic? It doesn't work. So as soon as you figure out that, oh, wait a minute, you know, I say everything's relative, well, you know, what about that statement I just made? It really philosophically goes nowhere. So you end up either asserting a moral lawmaker, a god, or you say, well, it's just a law of nature, which is what Christopher Hitchens and Charles Dawkins and all these these new atheism pundits were doing. They were saying that, oh no, without God, we're more moral. They were saying that the Bible teaches immorality and that Christians are immoral. And just look at the Crusades. Of course, those weren't Christians. Those were Christianity being infiltrated by Luciferians. So what they're saying is that the morality of nature is more benevolent than Christian morality. But it doesn't stand up to each other because red in tooth and claw. Nature teaches kill or be killed and sexual reproduction. That's the only morality. You can genocide. And this is why they did this. They stripped Christianity away from the game. And the only thing left was Darwinistic evolution. And that's why Hitler preached Darwinism. I mean, he gave speeches talking about Darwinism. It was survival of the fittest, or the most adaptable, at least. And so you can pretty much kill and maim and pedophilia and incest and homicide. It's all good, as they say. It's all good, right? If you throw Christianity out of the equation, because you have those commandments. It's like, how do you get genocide out of thou shalt not kill? You can't. And so, again, there's all these reasons for them to destroy Christianity. And people say, well, it's just a moral system. There's no God. There's no absolute God. Well, where would these morals come from? If man is the absolute moral, the creator of morals, like if you are the authority of your morality, then you must be the sovereign authority. Okay, but then you'd have to say to me, yeah, Greg, I actually created myself. This is where it gets kind of tricky, because if you want to be the absolute moral authority, then you have to be the absolute moral progenitor of reality. You have to be the author. You have to be the maker, the creator. In other words, God. Okay, so an absolute moral system must come from an absolute moral maker, a God. And it's logical to arrive at God with an absolute moral system. So they could get rid of an absolute moral system and said it was a relative moral system. Now you can get rid of God out of the equation. See, it's another way. See how that works?
Because basically by doing good things, you're kind of like moving your own like spirituality towards like more of a good, positive thing. And if you take that out of the equation, it's completely different.
Yeah, and that's why they keep talking about love, light, and peace. Like I said something on Twitter the other day, I was just like, when someone talks to me about, love, light, and peace, my response is, fuck your love, light, and peace. it's a few people thought that was funny too. Because it's not love, light, and peace. See, the light part is Lucifer. See, the New Age relative morality is basically Satanism. Why? Remember, Aleister Crowley, in the Book of the Law, he taught, in the 60s, he taught, do as thou wilt. Like there's shirts of that, do as thou wilt, is the whole of the law. So you teach that to a kid, and yeah, they're going to run with it. So do as thou wilt is the morality of the New Age. Do anything you want. Anything. There's nothing other than
very true.
Okay, yeah, and so that was the morality of the New Age, of the Luciferian. That's why they always talk about love and light and peace. Love and light, love and light. The reason they talk about love and light is because Lucifer comes as an angel of light. And the love and light ethos was given to the 60s Beat generation, the counterculture. It was transmitted to them through the Tavistock Institute, which came from the Royal Society of England. It was actually a social engineering project to destroy America by teaching them peace. Isn't that funny, huh? So you want to destroy a country, you just teach them the doctrine of love, light, and peace. Drugs, sex, rock and roll. Free love, sexual promiscuity, hugs and kisses, drugs, grow your own food, love, light. See, what you're doing is you're creating a communist, anti-Christian, dumbed down, morally relative bunch of worker drones. They think they're enlightened, but there's no moral structure in that. And that's why these countercultures always end up, getting petty and bickering and destroying each other. Because there's no moral structure to stand upon. And so that's pretty much the love and light thing. It's not really love. It's not really light. It's the Luciferian deception. And that's why I would rather trust the biblical absolute morality, even though it's, we don't always follow it, but still that it's a doctrine. It's something that you can actually live by, as opposed to, well, just do anything you want. Just don't hurt anybody. Well, it's like, I'm going to rob this bank, and it's not going to hurt anybody. Like, that's just what I think, so I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah. So that's it's like basically destroy God by destroying the idea of absolute morality. Get rid of the lawgiver. So there's no lawgiver. That's my answer to that one.
Yeah, one thing that does, it's always kind of sit in the back of my mind. It caused me to feel a little unsettled when I was researching other things and doing certain programs. The UFO, I've seen UFOs probably like 5 times or so, but there was one that was really dramatic where it came very close to me, and I was really almost positive it was going to turn into an abduction experience, and it didn't end until I actually started to really panic. I felt like I was going to have a heart attack, and just kind of out of instinct, because that's how I was raised, because I was raised to ward off demonic beings by using the blood of Christ. I actually started spouting that. I started praying, well, not praying, but I said, hey, leave me alone by the blood of Christ, or blood of Jesus. I can't remember what I said exactly. And the thing just kind of floated off after that. It was very strange.
Yeah, I've experimented with things like that in my life too, because I'm like you or anybody else. I have huge doubts about Christianity, Christ being the Messiah. Am I going to buy into this? And at the same time, I have experienced actually there being a real tenable, almost measurable power in thinking, talking, or concentrating on Christ. Now, I'm not the first to say that because you just said it, right? So whether we believe these things, it's a power. Again, why are the anti-Christians, Luciferians, why are they investing all of their energy in destroying it if it's not powerful? It is truly powerful. And so I'm going to say that eventually people are, like I said, they're going to have to come to this choice. They're going to have to look deeper into it or go right into this transhumanistic technology. And there's not going to be a way out. I was thinking about the ancient mystery schools. The foundation behind all these ancient mystery schools, it's founded on the idea that man was given this gift of creativity and intellect, as opposed to, the Bible giving wisdom. See the difference? Like the Bible gives the 10 Commandments, Sermons on the Mount, teachings of Christ. And the idea is that man was given gifts of creativity and intellect that we can achieve godhood ourselves. Beings, like little mini Christs, like the New Age people, they always say that Christ consciousness. It's the first thing I learned in the New Age. Oh, no, you can become Christ. It's Christ consciousness. See, Christ wasn't really anybody special. We can all become Christ. And I thought, hey, that kind of makes sense, right? It's just a process of evolution. And if you get good at meditating and you're a loving person and you learn some really cool, dark magic tricks or whatever, you become very powerful and Christ-like. Okay. But then you die at the end of 80-something years. So it's all bullshit. So the idea of getting the gift of creativity and intellect from God, that you don't get it from the Bible and you don't get it from Christ, that you get it from your own process of evolution and your own intellectual power, it goes directly against biblical Christianity, which offers salvation to anyone who just believes in Jesus. All you have to do, it's a free gift. You don't have to earn it, as if you could. You die at the end of the game. So what did you earn? Nothing, actually. So this is why the modern writers would talk on the topic of ancient mysteries, they go to great strengths to discredit Christianity. And this is why secret societies have infiltrated all these religious institutions to corrupt the sectors of Christianity. And historians paint a picture of the Christian faith which is utterly false. They just make up shit and they deface it. And they're attempting to discredit Christianity visually in Hollywood. There's the Zeitgeist movement, that video on YouTube. And anything they can to discredit Christianity. And that's kind of where we are. We're at the end of the game where there's a choice. And I wish I could just tell people like what to make, or you should do this, or, you know, but I don't know all the answers and how to like thoroughly lock down the story of Christ as Messiah in people's minds. I mean, there's preachers that do this. There's people say just read the Bible. Some say what I've done is I've looked at the other side. Again, I was telling my friend Michael Epperson, I was saying, you know, I didn't really figure this out by reading the Bible. I looked at the world. I just looked at the Luciferian world, the AI, the transhumanism, the genocide, the human sacrifice, the social engineering projects, the deceptions, NASA, the shape of the earth. I mean, you put it all together, and you're looking at a really huge, twisted, dark mess of wicked deception. And that made me turn around and say, okay, what is all this about? And so I made up this metaphor last night. I was talking to my friend Michael again. I said, what if there's like 90,000 books in front of you, and every single book says, don't read the Bible. Like you open a book, and it says, don't read the Bible. So you put it, and you open another book. It says, don't read the Bible. Like 90,000 books. They all say, don't read the Bible. Okay, and then behind these 90,000 is a singular book. It's the Bible. So after going through 90,000 books that say, don't read the Bible, you turn around and you say, well, let me just, what are they talking about? Why am I not supposed to? So you open the Bible, and you start running into things about Genesis and a Luciferian apotheosis, offering godhood through knowledge. I mean, you start looking into the earth. Is it a realm, a plane with waters above, waters below? I mean, you go, what is all this? So that starts you on a path, right? And then you got the flat earthers who are, you know, they're saying, oh, you know, the earth is flat, but Christ is bullshit. I'm trying to lay it out. What's going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, like, people kind of just believe what they want to believe. Like, people will grab certain models and, well, it just happens to work for whatever preconceived thing they have going on, so they'll just kind of mix and match to their liking. That seems to be kind of part of the New Age thinking as well.
That's exactly, they call it syncretism, I think. Syncretism, where you pick it, you mix and match, and you pick and choose from every different religion, like whatever makes you feel good, usually. Like, that sounds quantum, mystical. Oh, hey, we're all made of computer code, and it's a big holographic cosmic consciousness. Yeah, that was like a movie I saw, so I'm just going to believe it. It's just picking and choosing, but again, it's not because people just decided to pick and choose. We've been led into a synchronistic or syncretism, not synchronistic, but syncretism. We've been led into a potpourri of different philosophical and ideological concepts and religious ideologies that we're supposed to be picking and choosing from. Because remember, they want a one-world government. They want to merge Hinduism, Buddhism, the Islamic faith, Christianity, atheism, like everybody's welcome in the New Age. That's their basic thing. They want it all to be, actually, Christianity is the one that will ultimately be so perverted and twisted that essentially it is New Age. I don't know if you've noticed, but Christianity, as it's being taught in churches, is just the New Age. They don't teach actual Christianity like anywhere. They teach a spin-off on heliocentric New Age. I mean, I've never heard a church ever mention the Earth is flat. Not one.
that would be pretty funny.
Well, yeah. I mean, and the preacher's like reading from Genesis, and the immovable, earth and the waters above. I've never met a preacher at the end of that passage saying, "And you see, it's flat."
guys, let's start this mass by breaking down your programming.
that would just everyone in the world, it's heliocentric, right? So it's again syncretism, picking and choosing what the Luciferian scientism priests have authorized or condoned as appropriate. If you step outside of the boundaries, you will be scorned, you will be ridiculed, you will be castigated, you will be berated, you will be ostracized. In William Cooper's situation, you will be murdered. He was murdered.
Yeah, he was. Very true.
So there you go.
For saying a lot of the same things that we're talking about right now, by the way.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't expect to live beyond this conversation. After all this, going to get a sniper bullet from an FBI agent through my windshield. So that was like a joke I was making with a friend. It's like, he was saying, if you reveal too much, you realize you're not going to survive. And I said, hey, you're not going to survive anyway, so just don't even worry about it.
Have you seen this, and I do apologize if I already asked you this, but have you seen this whole Tomorrowland thing?
Oh, I use that, I talk about that a lot as an illustration of what the utopia that the New World Order is trying to get us to believe in. But one of the things about Tomorrowland is they give away one of the techniques that the New Age or the Luciferians use, the occult, is the way they see it. They want you to create their New World Order. See, they don't want to do it themselves because they want slaves. So here's how they look, and they look at it as a mystical, occult, I guess you could say visualization. The more they implant a seed in our heads of a utopian future, a, quote, Tomorrowland, and that's what all these concerts are about, like in Amsterdam, the Tomorrowland EDM concerts, where all the kids take acid and MDMA and the sex orgies and pretty much 3 days of sex and trance music and Babylonian occult programming. It's called Tomorrowland, but that's the concert. But the movie is giving this same vision of the future. And one of the things about the movie is it says, we offered you all kinds of apocalyptic visions of the future. Like if you didn't clean up your act, that there would be war and everyone would die. And we made movies, like Hollywood movies, showing a dystopian. And I'm just talking about, this is from the movie Tomorrowland, because I recall this with George Clooney. And they kept talking about how, we'll make this, we've made movies and books and magazines showing a horrific apocalyptic dystopian future. And instead of the world recoiling in horror, instead of going, oh my God, we need to save, make the future better, you actually liked it. You wanted more apocalyptic films. You wanted more films about war. You wanted more films about genocide. Like, you loved it. Okay, so it's an accusation against our culture, or our world, and that's not totally true. The reason I'm bringing this up about the movie Tomorrowland is because that's not really what happened. They didn't just say, oh, we'll offer you all kinds of perverse movies about apocalypse and war, like there's 1,000 sci-fi movies, Independence Day Resurgence. Yeah, I mean, just there's 1,000 about war, apocalypse, alien attacks, and we just love it. We eat it up. But it's not that innocent. What they did is throughout hundreds of years, they seduced and hypnotically mesmerized and entranced us into a dark Luciferian mindset. Do you realize how dark we all are? I mean, you're included, Daniel.
No, I'll cop to it. I'm dark. I've got the shadow self. I've got a dark side, just like everybody else out there.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I've been step by step, inch by inch, film by film, song by song. Like my friend Michael Epperson, he likes Nine Inch Nails, and I always say, yeah, they're really good, but they're like actually kind of like they're leading you into a dark mentality. They're not just commenting on it; they're actually leading you into it. And he kind of goes, yeah, but they're also reflecting on culture, and he's right. But it's all of the above. If you keep reflecting on dark themes, like the stuff that you study and I study, it's pretty dark. You actually are kind of seduced into it. And the Tomorrowland idea in the film, the Illuminati, they want you to be investigating into these themes and also be entranced and starting to like the darkness. You know, liking, like Star Wars gets darker and darker with each movie. It used to be lighthearted fun. Now it's like, you know, Stoke and the Force should be annihilated, and like really dark stuff coming out of Star Wars.
Yeah, and you know, another thing about that is like even some of this like motivational self-help stuff, a lot of it's very selfish at its core. It's telling you you can't help anybody until you help yourself first. You got to get rich, you got to get power before you can help anybody else. That's in a way that's kind of twisted Luciferian thinking.
It's the inversion of Christianity, because the first thing I learned in like when I studied Buddhism, it's like you're supposed to become enlightened so that, you know, you could just basically go to nirvana and fuck everybody else. Or you could bodhisattva your way back. You could become bodhisattva and come back and help people. But it's all about you becoming enlightened. And it's an inversion of Christianity, because in Christianity, you become, if there's enlightenment, you only become enlightened by helping other people. Like, you know, that's how you get to God, is you don't like figure it out, and you're not like saved through your own work. Like, I'll just like keep New Age techniques and I'll keep working on it until I'm enlightened. And you know, it's not that at all. It's like you can't become enlightened. I like that better. You see, the idea of the deception that I'm going to become enlightened if I do certain things. First of all, it's never happened. I've never met an enlightened person. I've met not one. I've met people that are intellectually smart. But I've met Rinpoche, Zen masters from India. I've met some pretty, top, internationally top famous enlightened guru people. And the first thing I thought, and after meeting him, I said, this person's just bonehead, not enlightened. You see, there's no enlightenment. It's an occult fantasy. It's a trick. They're trying to keep you into a mindset. And some of them believe it themselves, and, the apotheosis through transhumanism. But you can't become enlightened. You can get smarter, sure, but you'll just die. How enlightened is that? Like, I love everybody, and I have incredible powers, and then, dead. Okay,
well, these guys, they always call themselves the illuminated ones, Illuminati, illuminated. But then when you hear about some of this stuff like going on in Bohemian Grove, these guys are all like, they're just having gay sex with each other, and they're running around like a bunch of maniacs, and they're partying. That doesn't seem like super illuminated to me.
Well, I guess in their rule books, sexual perversion equals illumination. But no, it's you're right. What it is that the power of Lucifer, and then they have their little clubs. It's not so much gay stuff at the top level. Like you're watching Bohemian Grove and worshiping Moloch, and it's really not so much just like homosexuality. That is in there, but it's more pedophilia based human sacrifice. It's more about like sexual anything, sex magic, kundalini sexuality, tantra, homosexuality, but ultimately it's kind of like sex is just a form of energy that they're exploiting, and also sacrificing humans, drinking the blood to exploit energy. So you're really looking at power more than sexuality. But yeah, it manifests as this sexual kind of like lower chakra stuff that you learn in the New Age. But again, you don't get enlightened. You can get high, or you can get certain powers. There's no question you'll get certain powers. and you can be clairvoyant. You could be, who knows, astral travel. There's all kinds of fun New Age stuff that is offered to
and
people.
I have to wonder if in some of these cases, if some of these powers are actually being given by some sort of demonic being that's possessing the person and able to actually access certain things about their physiology or brain that they're not able to access themselves.
I think that's what's going on too. And that's why I don't advocate psychedelics to anybody, because I think what you're doing is you're opening up. What do they do? I wrote something recently about the pineal gland, because people think, the pineal gland is like, why would God create it if it wasn't to be explored? Like, don't eat fluoride because it will calcify your pineal gland. You always hear about that. And I don't know that the pineal gland is supposed to be exploited and explored or opened necessarily in the way people think. It could be that, it opens at night to a certain extent, and you're in the dreamscape, and your mind is in a dreamscape for some reason, right? And it could be that at death, it opens up, and it's the porthole to either, hell or heaven. I mean, I don't know. It could be an access. Your soul might access certain interdimensional states through it at death. Maybe that's where you go to heaven versus go to hell. But the point I'm making is that to play with these things when you're in a mortal body, thinking you're going to get secret knowledge, what is that but the Luciferian promise? It's nothing but that. And to explore it, you're basically opening up like a stargate or a portal or a doorway to interdimensional demonic entities as much as interdimensional angelic entities. But the problem is, I don't think that the angelic entities are somehow supposed to be like assured. And I don't even know that you can access angelic entities. I really think you're just going into the Luciferian paradigm. I think that's all that is.
Well, I think I can kind of attempt to offer an explanation to that, because we do have a guardian angel, and it's with us all the time. So perhaps by entering into certain occult practices, what we're doing is we're just kind of like giving up that protection or stepping away from it.
It kind of makes sense to me, because I have noticed in some of these states of consciousness, there is sometimes a feeling of a euphoric apotheosis feeling. I mean, you do feel, in some of these drug states, you do feel like God. I mean, you feel God-like. You're very much in a state of consciousness that is a perspicacity and a view of the histas, the panoramic kind of like vision that you can have of, what transcends linguistic thinking. I mean, you're really, as they say, high.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that when I was experimenting with some psychedelics, I actually had psychic type of occurrences happen when I was really super sky high on these, things like mescaline and ayahuasca.
Absolutely. And a lot of people talk about that, and I've had that too. I've had synchronistic paranormal experiences that lingered for years. But you do get powers.
Yeah,
These are God. Why do you think it's so attractive? But it's a deception, because you don't become God, and these powers don't lead you to God. See, they lead you to the narcissistic self absorption that you were referring to. It's just more narcissistic merging with Luciferian occult thirst.
Yeah,
hunger.
I mean, first there's kind of the lure there where you're told like you could become a god and do anything. I mean, who wouldn't be seduced by that? And then as you kind of journey into it, next thing you know, you're getting better and better results with it, and you're actually seeing things that your intent is changing things around you, and it's just like a drug, because it just kind of there's no way that anybody can handle that type of power, in my opinion, at least most people.
Well, our brains aren't constructed. They always make up all kinds of stories. Oh, you only use so much of your brain, and there's like the movie with Scarlett Johansson called Lucy, and the movie Lucy, that's short for Lucifer. They're just playing a trick with you. That's all it is. Scarlett Johansson plays a character called Lucy, and Lucifer. But also it's Lucy, the ancient archaeological link, the missing link idea, Lucy. So it was an evolutionary story, but the idea that she became God through like quantum, mystical, and drugs. She had a drug in her system, and she connected herself to a quantum computer.
Oh, wow.
She becomes everything. Oh, yeah, you should see this movie, Lucy. So she had a drug in her system, and it gives her, like, infinite brain power. Like, she explores 100% of her brain power, okay? And then she is so smart that she needs to, like, live inside the Internet. Okay? So, now, this is exactly reality. See, the difference between movies and what's real, it's so difficult to tell now. I mean, what is science talking about? Uploading consciousness, infinite access to knowledge through the Internet. You can upload your consciousness. You can plug into the cloud. You can have infinite knowledge on a microchip in your brain. You'll be smarter than all your friends, That's what they're teaching. And that's what the movie was. See, it's all the same thing. Whether Hollywood, whether Discovery Channel, whether it's NASA, whether it's Harvard, it's all run by the same synagogue of Satan. The Ashkenazi, I won't say Jewish because that sounds like, the religious Jews that are eating matzoi down the street. They don't know anything of this.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at it, if we really look at it, we line them all like ducks. You have, just like you say, these high level bankers or whatever. They say that they're Jewish, but really they're Luciferian. Then you have the highest level Freemasons, they're Luciferian, and then you have the highest level Catholics, they're Luciferian, and then you have the music industry, which is satanic, and that was started by Luciferians. Yeah,
I guess that's why I started using the word Luciferian. You see the word Luciferian like everywhere in my titles of my books, on tweets. Sometimes I just say the elite. Like recently, I've just been tweeting stuff. I've been saying the elite because I think people know what I'm talking about. But again, semantics. It's like the people who will argue with me about the true name of Jesus. Like, they say it's Yeshua, right? And I'm not going to argue all these semantics. Sure. I mean, the true name of Marduk, is it Enki? Is it Nimrod? It just doesn't matter to me. Because as long as we know kind of like what we're talking about, we're talking about an entity, I guess you could say. Again, linguistics, words, right? We're talking about a wicked entity. We're talking about an ego, narcissistic, petty, jealous, genocidal, sadistically torturous, nihilistic energy.
Yeah, when you put it that way, it's like, how could there not be a Lucifer or a devil?
Well, yeah, I mean, people say, oh, well, but you're getting into the spiritual realm. Well, okay, so let's just talk about dark matter, which has never been proven. Let's talk about dark energy. Instead of Luciferian, you can say, Luciferian energy. You can say dark energy over at Harvard or Cambridge, and nobody blinks an eye. And entropy. I mean, they just sanitized the spiritual nomenclature. That's all they've done. They sanitized it for a materialistic, atheistic, secular, neo-scholastic, epistemologically raped world. They took knowledge. That's all they did. They said, we're going to establish the rules as to what you can and can't say, as to what you can and can't think. Okay? And you can't think about Christ, and you can't think about redemption, and you can't think about salvation, and you can't think about demons, and you can't think about angels, and you can't think about God. You can think about dark energy. You can think about dark matter. You can think about black holes. I mean,
reptilians.
Aliens. That's perfectly plausible. It's something that we've never, ever, ever, ever seen. And we haven't even proven there's outer space, except through CGI portraits and pictures from a film company called NASA.
Well, even these
So,
reptilian encounters, these people that get like attacked by them or raped by them, it's it's very common. To me, the descriptions sound just like these demonic beings or these shadow beings. They don't sound much different. It just sounds to me like another one of these inversions or deceptions.
yeah, that's kind of why whenever you say inversion, because we always say deception, but inversion, it really perks my ears up. That's really what it is, inverting everything, and that's what the occult do, of course, they invert everything. And I think they're trying to think of it as MK Ultra on the world. It's an MK Ultra attack, trauma-based mind control. Every time you see a film from Hollywood that's like, go watch Alien Covenant. It's terror. It's absolute fucking terror. Okay, go watch Prometheus. Go watch The Dark Knight by Christopher Nolan. Batman's pretty dark character. It's like, what is it? The Dark Knight or the Dark fucking Wicked Knight? I mean, who's this guy become? It's really dark. Okay, it's MK Ultra mind control. The occult agenda is to bring the collective human psyche to utter helplessness through terror and war and famine, so it'll gladly accept with open arms this alien intelligence for its gifts, energy, abundant resources, new technologies, salvation. They're trying to bring you to your knees. They want you on your knees begging for their new world order. And that's what this is really all about. That's why they keep changing the words on us and make sure we only use, again, the epistemological cartel, the cartel of knowledge, the sanctified, deified scientism priests. You can only use their words in their cathedral of scientism. That's really what it is. They want you worshiping in the cathedral of scientism. It's the religion of the 21st century. It's radical empiricism. And the only knowledge allowed is the knowledge that they authorize. And I said once on a tweet, I said that epistemological knowledge, the radical empiricism, only the five senses can give you truth, blah, 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 right? I said that it's a circumstantial juxtaposition in which it's merely a temporal succession of spatial proximity. Now, it sounds like a lot to think of, right? What am I talking about? Okay, the circumstantial juxtaposition. The juxtaposition, the adjacentness, the juxtaposition of certain circumstances and events and objects, right? It's a temporal succession. One thing leads to the next of spatial proximity. So if I watch apple falling, that's a circumstantial juxtaposition. It falls from my hand in time, temporal succession, and spatial proximity. It falls to the ground. So Sir Isaac Newton's like, oh, okay, so that apple fell, so that happened because of gravity. Okay, no. It's a circumstantial juxtaposition, which is merely the temporal succession of spatial proximity. All that happened was this object went down to this place. Apple was here, and now it's on the ground. It doesn't prove gravity. It's just again, temporal succession of spatial proximity. They decided that they'll be the ones to interpret all of these temporal successions of spatial proximity, these circumstantial juxtapositions of objects. They called it physics. They're going to be the ones that say, what are the forces behind it? It's not God. It's a big G, though, gravity. What do the Freemasons have on their compass? A big G, the Grand Architect. It's the Freemasons have a big G on their compass. It's not God. It's gravity. And it's the Grand Architect using gravity in a heliocentric universe. So they've established the epistemological ground rules. Again, epistemology, knowledge. Okay? They established the epistemological cartels, established what is reality and what is fiction. And so they interpreted the juxtaposition of events in our external reality in their own way, in their own occult Kabbalistic doctrines. So gravity, heliocentric theory, Big Bang cosmology, evolution. Those are just Babylonian occult doctrines. That's all they are. They're not real scientific principles. There is no gravity. I've written extensively about what gravity is. It has to do with electromagnetic dielectric differentials in the atmosphere. It's once you start looking at buoyancy and how things rise in water, and gravity is so powerful. It holds trillions and trillions of tons of ocean to the surface of a spinning ball. I mean, it's so powerful, it's inconceivable. And yet, I can go outside and do jump rope. I can jump up and down. But it can't hold me down, but it can hold down trillions of tons of ocean. There is no gravity. Okay, once you start siphoning or sifting through all of these occult parables, occult doctrines that were repackaged as science, the whole thing crumbles. The 21st century religion of scientism crumbles. And they're deathly afraid of people like you and me and these types of radio shows. Because, see, everyone else online and on the radio is talking about the things that support the occult. The Anunnaki, the ancient aliens, and all those special New Age powers, and all the cool things, and the pyramids. See, they love all that stuff. The more because it's merging ancient occult thinking with modern science thinking. They're merging them together in your mind. And so, like, I don't know anyone else except myself who's actually saying that's what's happening.
Yeah, and one thing that I was thinking about the other day, thinking about this Luciferian thing, much of it to do with, our first interview, and that was very mind-blowing for me. Well, what's more deceptive and Luciferian than these false flag operations going on, such as 9/11?
Well, yeah, the 9/11 thing was, I don't know, I think in a way they might have wished they'd never done that, because, I mean, what woke up the semi-awoken consciousness, what woke people up more than realizing that through probably Israel, Mossad, that was done intentionally, that was actually done to lead us into, war, a false flag. And then so people start studying false flags, the North, I forgot the name, Northwest, Operation Northwoods, I think it was called, Operation Northwoods, and various false flag operations. David Icke started talking about it. I mean, that just blew the cover. It's like everything came out because of that one little plane wreck. So to just go to take that immediately and talk about how would they usher us into a new world order, really quickly. Well, how about another false flag, right? How about a Project Bluebeam fake space invasion? And then everyone that's studying the Anunnaki and Nibiru and all these, Gerald Clark and Sitchins and all these experts, they're going to teach people that this, Bible's coming true, it's actually ancient aliens, just like the movie Prometheus, right? And I think the grand deception is that's what's actually going to happen, is that the conspiracy community is going to be on board with the Luciferians and not even know it. Think about that.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's so funny because everybody out there, they think that they're so smart. They think they know everything. But let me tell you, people out there, you don't know more than Lucifer. He is the prince of deception. He's the master of lies. You're not going to outsmart him. You're not going to see through his deceptions. Don't even think that you can.
It's intellect. Lucifer is intellectual power. I mean, it's one and the same. Like you either figure this out, you either figure it out, okay, or you read the Bible. I mean, you have to be pretty damn smart to figure it out. Or just go read the Bible. It's already been laid out. So, I mean, I haven't really read a lot of the Bible that probably talks about this. I've just kind of heard about it from people. they say, hey, Greg, you're talking about the stuff that's written in this book, the Bible. And it's like, well, I've just been studying the dark Luciferian stuff, and it's leading me to these conclusions, and I guess the Bible already has this figured out. So, like, when the Antichrist stages his appearance, he will claim to be an ascended master from another dimension, just like you're talking about, like the Illuminati, the ascended masters. It's an alien being, and he's going to be friendly. It's all those aliens you've been seeing on, like, E.T. and movies, and it could be like the big alien Messiah thing, or it could be an alien attack of some sorts, fake, and then there's another alien intelligence that comes to the rescue. I'm not sure if you're aware of that aspect or that scenario where they actually have an alien attack and then a second alien contact that saves the game.
Yeah, I do believe that might be some of the reason why that reptilian thing is going around.
I think so. And again, they all kind of dovetail together. You can see how all these, in fact, in the next book, which I'll have to kind of make into 2 or 3 books, I kind of decided to, like, just unpack a lot of deceptions, like just lay them out. And so I was just kind of like let me, actually I have my book, the next book open in front of me. Let me go to the table of contents here. Let's see, table of contents. Here we go. It's like 7 pages long at this point. Here we go. Okay, so I'm just kind of scrolling through here. Here we go. Okay, I've got the alien deception, evolving. Here we go. Web of deceptions. Okay, so chapter 18. Let me go to this. Web of deceptions. So what I did is I started going through all these deceptions, and I said, okay, if I start laying them out, will there be what I call execution? Like they have all these deceptions that they connect, and so if they all connect, is there going to be like another stage of executing? Like, let's start like taking all the connections and then really step up the game. And I think that's what's happening. So I started laying out the web of deceptions. I got like the New Age deception. I'm just reading from my table of contents. One of them is called Quantum Indra's Net, using the Indra's jeweled net as a metaphor for quantum technology. Universe is a conscious holographic information processor. I'm just reading you the table of contents in my next book. The New Age deception, Luciferianism, the religion of apotheosis, Ethnogens, the elixir of life deception through pharmakia. The New Age is simply the old age repackaged. The alien world order, an artificial intelligence created simulated organic reality. Reincarnation and Eastern mysticism. The alien Antichrist agenda. Deus Nexus, which is childhood's end as Luciferian New World Order propaganda. Enlightenment deception. I've talked about that tonight. Reconfiguration of reality through quantum mysticism. Simulation theory. The CERN matrix. CERN D-wave quantum mandala reconfiguration of reality.
Oh my God!
Okay, so I lay out. Yeah.
You're going deep with this one.
Yeah, you like that last one? CERN D-wave quantum mandala reconfiguration of reality. Because this whole mandala effect, it sounds like another technique to reconfigure reality through mental hypnotism. I'm suspicious of all this stuff. So AI evolving into unity cosmic consciousness. Artificial intelligence directed holographic reality, the dinosaur hoax. That's gonna be that would be a fun one.
No,
Again,
I've looked into that. There's probably something there. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how much, but
well, think about it. If you wanted to create an idea of evolution, you create a Big Bang cosmology, right? So that the universe is evolving, and then you create this idea that dinosaurs. And we evolved past that. See, all these, like dinosaurs, it validates the idea of evolution. And evolution is necessary for Big Bang. And Big Bang is necessary for gravity. And gravity is necessary for heliocentric. And the heliocentric religion is necessary to extinguish the idea of God. See, it all works together. That's why I'm laying them out. So another one's the rise of techno-sapien. One of them's called Ready Player One, The Shining. One of them's called Forbidden Gates in the Temple of God, The Battle for Your Soul. Genetic Manipulation, Triple Helix, The Last Days of Noah. So I'm basically just kind of like trying to see if I lay it all out, will I eventually get a picture that no one's got yet. You see, if you just accept the conspiracy, like a lot of people just say, oh, that sounds good, I'll just believe in that. Well, if you lay them all out, like everyone you can find, there's going to be a pattern. You follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so I'm just trying to say, well, I'm going to just look at all of them. I'm not going to be afraid to uncover one stone. And so one of the things that it comes to this thing called the Days of Noah. You ever heard of that phrase, the Days of Noah?
Yeah, that's I think I saw that phrase somewhere, and it's been on my mind a lot lately.
Yeah, because the more I lay out all these, autonomic intelligence, Google's unveiling a 72-qubit quantum computer. Google's the transhumanistic stuff, the deep mind, their quantum algorithms. The more you look at it, you're like, I'm so far strung out, which of course is exactly what they want in their science and technology, and seeing how it correlates with occultism, that I'm really no closer to, unveiling the grander deceptions. So I think after doing all that, I kind of went back to look at the Bible for a second, and it started to look like this, that there's a genetic element to this that I need to start addressing in the context of transhumanism, that they want to screw around with our genetics. And then this gets back to the fallen, the Nephilim, having sex with the daughters of men, and contaminating the gene pool and creating some kind of chimera or corrupted creature. And I thought, someone said, well, the flood and God's genocidal and wicked because he killed all his creation. And I thought, wait a minute, if there was a corrupted creation, and again, I'm not saying the aliens inseminated.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I saw you were trying to explain this to a guy on Twitter, and he was not getting it at all, but I totally knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, I was trying to explain it to him, and he was just like, if people get too, if they don't, if they go too far on Twitter, I eventually block them, because I don't want to clutter up my Twitter page with 15,000, posts back and forth with somebody about something. It's just not what I want for my page. If they're too much far away from the knowledge that I have, where I have to spend years to get up to speed, then they really don't belong on my page. They belong on somebody else's page that can kind of lead them to the kindergarten land that they have to go through before. I mean, my page is kind of it's a PhD program. It's really, you have to kind of know something to hang on. So I was trying to deal with this guy, and I was saying, it's not the aliens that had sex with their daughters of men. It could be the Anunnaki, it could be the Nephilim, the fallen, and all this stuff. But I think they probably contaminated the gene pool, the genome of God's creation, and it makes sense that God would have the flood, would say, okay, Noah, you're not contaminated. You're still worshiping me. Okay, you're my creation. I'm your creator. And so I want you to build an ark. It starts to make sense all of a sudden that he wasn't genociding his creation. He was getting rid of the corrupted genetic impurity, this satanic creature. Now, doesn't this sound like what's happening again, Daniel?
Yes, absolutely. I think there's a mystery there that I hope to think that I'm getting closer and closer to, talking to guests such as yourself, But whatever was going on back then was far more complex than, hey, let's put 2 animals on the boat because all the rest of them are going to die. No, I think you're right. They're trying to preserve some kind of genes because there's some crazy stuff going on. Who knows? Giants, chimeras, werewolves, like all kinds of strange technologies and perverted sex and mutations and hybrid beings and all kinds of stuff going on.
And I think this all converges into what we're discovering about the world today, like the fetishes, the sexual sex with horses. It's, it's like a big thing. Sex with dogs, sex with horses, pedophilia, transgender movement. Which transgender movement is just basically it's a stepping stone to transhumanism. The Luciferians they don't want transgenderism. They just want to warm you up to the idea of transhumanism. That's all transgenderism is. It's just a link. It's a stepping stone. Okay, so
it's a major alteration to the body.
Yeah, alteration to God's creation. Any kind of perversion of God's creation, and to androgyny, transgender, genetic manipulation, anything to try to improve on the mortality of the flesh body. See, they think we should live forever in a perfect body, right? And Christ was mentioning, no, you actually were created to die because of choices that were made. In your lineage, sin was chosen, and they call it original sin. And so we're reaping the fruits of our ancestors, and some say Adam and Eve, that we're suffering from the sin that they introduced into our lineage. And so it's like you can imagine God saying, well, I will let this ride out to see how my creation not evolves in the sense that changed species, but how it, like, do they choose me? And so we're at a place where certain people are choosing, again, they're choosing the apple. You see how it's the same thing, Daniel? Nothing's changed. In the Garden of Eden, the creation of God chose Lucifer's gift, and that included genetic perversions and the sex with Nephilim or whatever. Okay, and now what do we have today? Transgender, promiscuity, sexual fetishes. We have transhumanistic technologies offering apotheosis, godlike. I mean, the same choice is being offered. It's identical. It's a Luciferian thing, identical. Apple, instead of Apple computer. I mean, it's too chillingly correlating. It's mind-blowing.
Oh, yeah, that is true, and it has a bite out of it.
The apple, see, in my way of teaching this, technology is the apple. I will eat of this, see, knowledge, eat of this knowledge, transhumanism, technology. Eat of this apple, this technology, and you will live forever. Transhumanism. And the Apple computer tech, you see, it's all perfectly recycled Garden of Eden story. It's happening right in front of our eyes. The same choice. And so we're to expect at this point, same thing, where God's like, okay, for those who've chosen me, eternal life. For those who've chosen out of free will, have chosen Satan, have chosen Lucifer, tempted by the apple, and you chose it. Those are not this creation. Just like the contaminated Anunnaki Nephilim story where they became like chimera, genetic perversions. So they're like not, like if everyone gets killed in this transhumanistic war or whatever, the ones that like are not choosing God or Christ, they're not God's creation. They are genetically Satanized. They're Luciferian. Like if you're hooked into this transhumanistic Luciferian thing, it's genetically alterating. That's what I'm saying. That your genes will be altered. It's like genetically you will not be God's creation. And I think that's why people say it's so inhuman. Why would God allow this to happen? Well, it's like the ones that will be killed will not be God's creation. And so I know it sounds crazy what I'm saying, right? Like, wait, is that right? So it doesn't matter, it's kind of like the beast system versus eternal salvation is what it's coming down to. And it's a crazy idea, so people kind of look at me like, oh, like I think I'm stretching it too far. It's like if you reject the fallen's transhumanistic immortality promise of apotheosis that's coming up through the interlacing with Lucifer's technology, if you remain a mortal creation, and then you live eternally. And the Bible talks about that, to be born a man and to die a man. So if you accept the transhumanistic technology, you will no longer be a mortal man. You will try to have been God through technology. The secret knowledge, the occult secret knowledge of the garden.
One thing that is kind of scary about it is you talked about this earlier about how when you go down these certain dark pathways, or even if not so dark pathways, like experimenting with psychedelic drugs and things like that. I've heard or read that these people that are these high level Luciferians, or people close to the inner core that are into the dark arts and the occult, that they actually do have abilities, higher abilities, psychic abilities, powers that they could use on people that are out there trying to do good and spreading truth. So I think that's something that people out there should kind of keep in mind.
Yeah. You definitely there's definitely powers to be accessed. I mean, it's not like this is all made up. I mean, again, why would people go for it if no one ever had any power from it? I mean, it's like Christ was tempted. You can have all the kingdoms of the world if you would simply bow to me, right? That's all that Lucifer is asking for. He just, or he, she, it, whatever, just wants worship. That's all it is. And that's why I put that tweet out. I say, if you make a god out of technology, if you worship technology, then you become the thing you worship. So Lucifer is this technology. And that's why, I'm making a lot of enemies. People are saying, what, shit can all the technology? And I'm saying, no, I don't think that's possible at this point. Well, you can't. We're all plugged in. The only thing you can do is to basically start exploring Christianity. If you come up with the idea that you are choosing Christ, that's all you can do. Like, you can't unplug fully. Even the chemtrails with strontium and barium and aluminum and HAARP technology and 5G network, there's no one on the earth you can go. You can't escape it. The beast system is fully in place at this point. Even as I'm talking to you, the air is electrified with radioactive quantum nanotechnology. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's in the talk about a nightmare science fiction movie. It's micro nano chips in the air, in the water, in your blood right now. It's everywhere. The whole earth.
There seems to be kind of an effort to toxify as well, like pollute the air and also just kind of destroy things, make us unhealthy with all this bombardment of chemicals and things like that, and harmful frequencies in the air as well, like a lot of electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, I think, and I'm going to have a lot of that in my next book too, the 5G network, and I tweet about this stuff too. You should tell people. I'm going to plug Twitter, but I should tell people a lot of the stuff we're talking about is this is stuff I tweet about a lot too. So and the book I wrote, there's so much to know, and it's like another aspect is the 5G rollout. The fact that 5G is insanely more powerful than 4G. There's no comparison. It's not incremental. It's not like 3G, 4G, 5G. 5G is like 20,000 times more powerful. It's like a military weapon.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. It's that much more powerful.
Oh, yeah. It's insane. It's 1 millimeter waveform. I mean, it'll rip your DNA structure to pieces when it goes through you. And the thing is, it's really hard for 5G to go through water. Okay? What are you mostly composed of, Daniel?
Water.
So it'll rip you to shreds, and they're having these towers all over the world. They already have them everywhere. I mean, it's just going to destroy the genetic... again, see how this connects? Destroying your genetic integrity, right? And people will, want to figure out how to survive it. And you see, it's the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem, genetic instability, right, and diseases through 5G. And then, see, there's a reaction. Help us. The world says, help. Then they offer the solution. See, problem, reaction, solution. The Hegelian dialectic that the Freemasons use. They just keep rerunning iterations of it again and again. So people say, and then they say, we have CRISPR and genetic, we can do recombinant DNA restructuring. We can help you. So now they're fucking around with your genetics. And then what did we just talk about in the days of Noah? See, it all works together. It's so big. It's so complex. There's so much you have to know to see this picture.
Okay, Greg, we just went
what?
we went 3.5 hours just about, and the only reason I would even go this long is because I've been having a hell of a time. But I think we should finally bring things to a close. You weren't kidding about being able to do like a 2-parter interview. I definitely want to, get together with you again in the future, especially when we get a little bit closer to the release of the next book, or perhaps before then. But hey, let me go ahead and open things up for you one more time. This is the end of the interview, but hey, it's not the end, absolutely. So go ahead and hop back on that soapbox one more time if you have any last words for my audience out there. And Greg, please go ahead and follow that up with anything at all that you would like to plug tonight.
Okay, yeah, it's not the end. It's the end of days, but not the end. What I would say, I'll wrap it up pretty quickly. I'll just kind of go off on what I was saying at the end. That it's really come to a time where you have to make a choice, and I'm not going to tell people how to make it or even exactly what to do, because if I knew, I'd tell you. I don't know. What I do know is that you don't want to choose this apple. And this apple is probably, as you are listening to me, it's in your pocket. It's on your desk. It's in your car. It's everywhere. It's tech. It's knowledge. It's technological mysticism. It's quantum mysticism. And it all promises power and efficiency, and ultimately it's laced with apotheosis, a godlike power. And it's seductive. We're all partaking of it. And it's almost impossible to unplug, So you are forced to make a choice. And so I'm not going to tell people exactly what the choice is, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's a choice between this technology and something to do with Christ. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah, awesome. Did you want to plug your book or Twitter or anything like that?
Sure. I'm on Twitter, Scientism Delusion. I couldn't get the whole word delusion because Twitter only has so long. So Scientism Delusion, D-E-L-U-S. So Scientism Delusion, Twitter. And I do have a book that I published a few months ago, The Scientism Delusion, and it's available just about everywhere, Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, Amazon Kindle, Nook. It's like an ebook on 25 different ebook online stores. And so you can Google the Scientism Delusion and get that. And if you want a free PDF. I'll always send people free PDFs. So my email is gregorygarrett@hotmail.com, and I'll always send you a free PDF, no charge. You can have it for your phone. If you don't have enough money to buy the book, you can. Even if you do, you can have a free PDF. I mean, I want to sell my book, but I want to have this information out. And I'm working on another book, and I don't know when I'm going to finish it, but it's a lot of the ideas I'm exploring with Daniel tonight and a lot more. So that's that. Daniel, same thing for yourself?
Yeah, well, I should first of all say that everybody go read Greg's book. Oh my God, it is, I usually don't interject here, but it is an absolute page turner. So you're going to want to do that. And Greg, I'd absolutely love a free copy of the next book, because I happen to know that I'm going to be getting through your first one very quick, because as I said, it is a page turner.
Absolutely. And we'll probably have to do another one of these, because we were saying that we're going to go farther, a little bit farther, and unveil and reveal things that maybe have never been revealed. And I think we might have kind of done that tonight. Would you agree to a certain extent?
I definitely agree with that. I'd say you were right in your assessment that we probably pissed a few people off, but it's probably going to be for the better in the long run, because eventually they're going to realize that a lot of this stuff, if not all of it, is absolute truth. That's what I've been coming to find, and that's definitely why I wanted to bring you on here. I really feel like you're on the cutting edge of this stuff. Very exciting. Can't wait to get through your first book and get you back on to talk about the next book. And of course, thank you for coming on, Greg. You are definitely a friend of the show, and I will continue to interact with you on Twitter and read your tweets. Everybody follow him on Twitter as well. Some really interesting stuff. So thank you very much, Greg. And you have a very good night, my friend.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll talk to you soon on the show.
Bye.
Good night.
There you have it. That was friend of the show, Gregory Garrett Lessing, in his book, The Scientism Delusion. I actually have the copy of his book that he was nice enough to send to me for free, The Scientism Delusion. And this, as you guys know, as I said earlier, I don't usually interject here, but this thing is good. Oh my God. One thing that I love about it is it kind of starts off where he's laying out, like, look, this stuff is fake. Some of this stuff, a lot of the people that you truthers, conspiracy people out there might think are, pretty cool. They're actually not, because they're controlled opposition. There's a lot of stuff like that going on, and that's just one layer of this Luciferian deceptive web that seems to be very real. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when we come back. But first, I'm going to go on a short break. That was a long interview, as you know, so I definitely want to take a little break and hopefully shove some food in my mouth and get back behind this mic, because this show's not over yet. We still have a lot of things to talk about. We still have a lot of boats to float. We have a lot of things to get to. I will see you guys back here in a little bit. And you guys listening to the podcast, we're going to be back a whole lot quicker, of course. Hello. How are you? My name's Daniel. You're listening to End of Days Radio. Figured I should hop back on air. That was kind of an extended break. I do apologize. Obviously, having gone so long, there's not a whole lot of time for me to sit here and rant. But hell, if I could do a long interview, I could do a long after interview too. So sit tight, buckle your seatbelts. You're in for a hopefully wild ride. I don't want to promise anything that I can't deliver. But hey, I'll try. So the first thing I think I should talk about is I've made some major changes in my life. I don't know what it is, but for a long time I was Mr. Republican. I was very pro-Trump. I was really into that. Oh man, I helped Trump elected. That's what I would tell people. But something happened the other day. I was trolling the liberals like I usually do, and I was, posting all kinds of interesting statistics on the Twitter. And I couldn't help but notice that recently it seems like they're actually pushing things so far, this fake war between the left and the right. They're pushing it so far that it's actually becoming violent. And I suppose ethically, I have a problem there because while before it was kind of fun, it's like kayfabe pro wrestling stuff. Now my trolling and my, making fun of liberals, now it's going to incite violence. I can't participate in that. That's awful. Like, what kind of animals, what kind of animals are out there? I'm sorry, but I'm done with all that stuff. All that stuff is fake. I mean, it's all just... It's an alternate choice clause. Whatever you pick, you're screwed. And let me tell you something else. 1984, that's a goddamn true story. I read that book when I was... You know what? Wait, hold on a second. I'm getting off track. I can't talk about 1984. I'm trying to talk about politics. So I'm done with the... I don't hate Donald Trump. Of course not. I'm not mad at him. I think he's doing a great job with the economy. I think he did a great job with North Korea. I like the... sorry to say this, but I think it's kind of good that they're closing the borders and they're not letting people just flood in from other countries. I think that's good. Good for us. Not good for them, but good for us. I think that... But I'm sorry, I can't get involved in that left versus right politics anymore. It is so negative. It's just consuming my whole day. And I can't do it anymore. I feel so dumb. I feel stupid participating in it. I feel so dumb because it's all manipulation. It's manipulation. It's all gaslighting. They're gaslighting us and they're manipulating us and they're trying to get us to actually fight in the streets. That's where I draw the line. I'm not going to be part of some damn Luciferian manipulation. You know who's behind this? Soros, Rothschild, globalist, elite, scumbags, Illuminatis. You know who's behind this? Divide and conquer, order out of chaos. You know who it is. So why? Why even participate in any of that? Do you want to kill your fellow Americans because of some dumbass left versus right trolling that's eventually going to, trigger some actual crazy people to do something stupid, or they're going to false flag it, and that'll get the ball rolling? It's all manipulation. Keep everybody distracted. Meanwhile, I mean, look, they're talking about kids in cages at the border down south. Meanwhile, there's children getting their faces blown off in Gaza right now. Kind of strange, right? Hey, I'm here to spread truth. If you can't handle the truth, you're listening to the wrong radio show. This is about freedom. This is about truth. And I'm off the left versus right bullshit. I've decided, and it's not even that I decided, I just remembered that I had actually promised to support somebody, and I was so into the Trump stuff that I forgot that I promised my full support to Adam Kokesh, who is hoping to secure that libertarian ticket in the next election. It looks like he has a pretty good shot. But I'm just gonna support Adam Kokesh from now on. I'm going libertarian. I think his promise to dissolve the federal government and the Fed and the Federal Reserve and the federal government and the Federal Reserve, both, that would be fucking awesome. I mean, what other candidate can I support besides that guy? Plus, he's come on my show twice. Plus, he's a Marine. So there you go. I'm libertarian now. I'm voting for an independent candidate. I'm off the Trump train. Sorry, everybody. I know a lot of people are going to hate me after tonight. Wait, that was already said earlier, wasn't it? I was going to talk about socialism and communism, but you know what? That's just more gaslighting. It's just more manipulation. I'm not going to sit here and play those. I'm not going to be a puppet to those Machiavellian games. Not anymore. I'm too smart now. I'm getting smarter. It's all this marijuana. It just slowly is accelerating my consciousness. Like that movie Lucy that I haven't seen yet. So, yeah, exactly. I'm not going to even talk about communism or socialism. Who cares? How about libertarianism? That's more important anyways. I'm done with that shit. I'm done with the manipulation. It's Machiavellian. It's the art of war. And you have to be a damn fool to be a puppet to these mass manipulators. They know what they're doing. They're Luciferians. They worship the master and God of all lies and deception, who knows how to invert the truth. Who knows how to twist the truth. Who knows how to take half the truth away and replace the other half with bullshit. Or maybe 1% and 99%, or maybe 90% and 10%. It's an inversion. It's an inversion of the truth. It's dual symbolism and inversion. That's how you have to see through the mind control. You have to understand it. You have to understand the Machiavellian ways. You have to understand the ways of these people in order to see what they're doing. Oh my. Okay, so I better hit a news article. I've got a lot of them tonight. Let's see here. This is from TMZ. Joe Jackson died. Died from cancer. Yeah, I don't know what he's famous for other than whipping the shit out of his son Michael and making him dance and sing. I don't see why we should care if he died. I mean, he was kind of an asshole, you gotta admit. I suppose some people might argue that he deserves some kind of credit for that, but it just seemed like they were all very mentally ill. Only Michael was really super talented, and I say we give credit to Michael. I say we leave Joe Jackson out of it, just because we know that he was a very abusive man. And just, a piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry, people. Don't whip your kids. Don't hit your kids. That's not good for them. I mean, some people out there, they're just, like, very primitive. They don't understand that. But I think it's been proven enough, and I don't know why people are still doing that. You'd have to be kind of foolish to traumatize your kids on purpose. And especially, I mean, obviously, Joe Jackson is, a very abusive person, but it gets worse than that. And it's not as bad in a lot of cases. I understand that, but, I mean, Jesus. What else do we have here? We've got... Looks like I lost that. So, I heard a story. That was a little bit unsettling. So, I've been doing this show for a while. The show's been shut down, I think. There's been some very strange electronic interference that seemed to just shut the show down during certain times when certain guests are on, which is a little strange. But I also heard heard a story of another broadcaster, somebody that's been doing it a lot longer than me. He's pretty big, has a nationwide broadcast, I think, on terrestrial radio somehow, or it's like a mix of internet and terrestrial. I don't know exactly how many listeners he has. I know his show is pretty famous, though, and especially people that are pretty deep into conspiracy stuff. So Clyde Lewis, one of his shows was recently, he got a phone call, they told him to pull it, and he pulled it. I don't blame him. Something like that. And then he put it back out, I don't know. And I guess in the past, years ago, somebody bombed his car. Somebody actually blew up his car. They didn't blow up his car when he was in it, but they blew it up before he walked in there. He went in there. And that's why I tell you guys, like, basically, I'm a dead man walking. And it could happen tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. It could happen next week. It probably wouldn't happen even years from now. But sometime in the future, I know there's a bullet out there with my name on it. Because it happens to all the greats. What can I say? And I wouldn't be one of the greats if it didn't end that way. I have to admit. And I kind of just accept it. It doesn't really freak me out. I know that I've got a lot of time before it's going to happen. I'm pretty sure that I've been promised that in some way. But I know what my fate is. And I'm just going to keep spreading as much truth until that happens. But one thing that I need you guys to do out there is, you know, sometimes I'll say stuff like, yeah, I usually say this on Twitter, but I'll say, guys, we're like Hydra. You know, you cut off one of our heads and two more grow back in its place. And if anything happens to me, I need at least two more to grow back in the place. I want you guys to spread truth. Somebody has to. And if I can get this information out there, and if something happens to me, if you can follow in my footsteps, and you can be a source of alternative news, you can be a source of information that you can't get in the mainstream. You can cover spiritual topics. You can cover paranormal, supernatural. I need there to be people out there doing the same thing, and not goofy little interview shows about ghost hunting and Reiki healing. I'm talking about the hardcore. You know what I'm talking about. With the Luciferians. Yeah. Reptilians. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, if we go back to that again, if our belief systems change back to that. No, I'm just joking. That's such disinformation. Oh, Lordy. So, we're going to talk about communism, socialism, change our mind, because that's gaslighting. Let's do another news story. This is from the Daily Star. Caveman robots. Neanderthal brains implanted in Frankenstein plot to create a site. Whoops, somebody's calling. Hello.
Hello.
Hey there, buddy.
What's going on, Daniel?
Not much. How are you?
I'm so good. I was just listening to your news roundup section. Thought I'd call in.
Did you happen to hear that interview?
Yep.
What'd you think?
I like Greg. Very knowledgeable guy. Long interview, Daniel.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Lengthy one. Oh, no, it's all good. If you're into Luciferians, and you're going to be enthralled. But it was great. Greg kept coming around to Jesus, Jesus. Kind of his solution. At one point he said, I can't tell you what it is or what to do, but maybe go read the Bible again. Do you remember where that was kind of one of the suggestions?
Yeah.
Read the Bible some more, or read the Bible. Which Bible? The Gideon's Bible or the King James Bible or the Lost Books of the Bible or the which one?
Isn't there a song that goes, dun, 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 Rocky Raccoon, he's a balloon, he read Gideon's Bible.
Yeah, I can almost remember the lyrics. Almost got 'em. But big Beatles fan, but that wasn't one of my all-time favorites. Anyways, he keeps coming back around to his solution is read the Bible. The Bible's got some firm concepts in there. The Bible's just a gigantic book filled full of a bunch of stories. I mean, for one, so there are different parts. Daniel, the Old Testament God, the New Testament God. You know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. There's a lot of different versions and a lot of different a lot of different things that seem to be coming together there. I mean, my personal, my belief on that is that it's actually part of the Luciferianism is the Bible.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
On the Luciferian thing, I guess.
Well, that's the one thing that I took from Robert Stanley, because he's like, yeah, they tell you that you worship the sun, and the sun represents Lucifer, like the sun in the sky, and then you have the Father, and Lucifer wants to be called the Father.
Yeah, it's just such an obscure sort of topic. I've broached upon it many times. I mean, like Albert Pike and his writings about the 33rd degree is where you are told that Lucifer is God or whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the tenet, and I think the first time that I heard about it was when I heard Alex Jones. He was saying, "Yeah, these guys they're Luciferians, and they don't worship Lucifer. They think that they're gods, and they're like Prometheus, and they're they believe that they're gods, and they're using this technology or something like that." That's how I first heard about them.
Well, there's some really weird writings in a big Masonic book by Albert Pike about Lucifer and the higher degrees or whatever. And there's some pretty weird stuff. I can't piece it all together exactly like you guessed is. My view over the years is it's definitely all a deception. Mainly all a deception. But Pagan, there are some things. I wanted to call in at one point and say, well, what is it that you're leaning on? And he kind of said it, Jesus. And that's, that's cool, Jesus. I mean, which Jesus? The Jesus of the... There's real life right in front of us that you can look at as examples of the truth.
Yeah, I think that there's many different ways you can look at it, of course. I can say that the thing about the Luciferians, that's definitely true, and really it's more of like an occult thing where that they believe that they are gods, if that kind of makes sense. I'm sure you could understand that.
Yeah, there's all types of religions and all types of religious views that have been encapsulated in so many different religions that it's a wash almost.
I mean, Albert Pike and Madame Blavatsky and Crowley, they all seem to mention Lucifer at some point, and they seem to hold him in high regard. I mean, somehow he's kind of the hero of the person that feels as if they are like a god on earth and can achieve those higher powers.
But it's still just concepts, and degrees of thought that you would have to be raised in a certain belief system to be influenced by. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think one way you could look at it, I mean, if you want to look at it from a purely material perspective, would be to say that when you are invoking Lucifer, what you're doing is you are actually channeling this chaotic sort of mischievous, evil, sort of trickster sort of archetype, and when you channel that, you actually kind of become it and manifest it, and it's also the Prometheus thing, and the fallen angel thing, and you're kind of just channeling all these different archetypes, and kind of just like it's becoming a part of who you are, and I think that's kind of what these elitists do, and that's the reason why they're Luciferian. Somehow it gives them power. The psychology of it gives them power.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to argue exactly what it is they're trying to establish, but you can look around you and see all the symbols and stuff being presented all around you.
And then the trick is that it is actually Lucifer, and they're being tricked too. Again,
I come back to that. It's like, I'm sorry. And not that I don't believe that it's possible that that's possible. There's the real world, that's fantastical stuff. And I'm not denying that there's not something there. I just, you were talking about Clyde Lewis earlier.
Yeah.
He had that problem with the show on Monday night. And he's had some problems because he broaches some really deep topics and says things that no other radio host, I think, I've heard anywhere said, including Alex Jones. And by like Wednesday, he was being trolled on all of his social networks by people that hated him on the right and the left. So he's being attacked by all these people, and he's just like, man, I'm not right, I'm not left. I'm not telling you what to believe or do. And but he's like, this is what's happening is society's breaking down, and he says, I don't think it's a civil war yet, but it's a war on civility.
Can you tell them what show got him in trouble?
It was Monday night show, June 21st or 2nd. I don't remember what day exactly it was, but it was on Rex 84. That's the name of it.
And what's that?
And it got Rex 84 is an operation they put in place back when Reagan was in office and George Bush was the vice president, and Oliver North was working with these guys, and they were trading guns and weapons and drugs and arming the Contras and the rebels, and we were doing all kinds of operations down in South America, and one of them was Rex 84, and it was how to round a bunch of people up into detention centers.
Huh.
Big operations that we performed back then in South America, in other countries, our military, in secret. And then they started, building detention centers here. And
yeah, and guess who's going in those places? Guess who's going in there?
Yeah, people thought for a long time that we're looking at the conspiracy like, they're building these things for us,
Yeah.
They're getting ready to put us in there. And so there were conspiracy people nuts freaking out back in the 80s thinking that here's those detention centers, the FEMA came around, that there wasn't a FEMA either. All of a sudden, Federal Emergency Management Agency came around in the 80s, And so conspiracy nuts that had watched the one world government creep in slowly.
Yeah.
Thought, here it is, you know. But no, they let it simmer and they kept building them. Bases and detention centers everywhere, yeah. And what was happening, actually, Daniel, is South America and Central American governments were collapsing and being collapsed below us. So all the people are fleeing extreme oppression from the horrible conditions that are occurring from their economic collapse.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that is really scary about this whole globalist takeover, New World Order thing, and I'm talking about the real stuff that's going on, the breaking down and dissolving of barriers between countries, the uniting of currencies, this pushing of cryptocurrency in the guise that it's some form of rebellion, controlled opposition. What's really scary about all this is the technology that they really have back there that they're not sharing with us. The stuff they talk about at Bohemian Grove, the really advanced technology that would just scare the shit out of us if we saw it.
Yeah, maybe some of them there at Bohemian Grove have seen it. I doubt they would let the rich, the billionaires of the world see it. There's probably another group that sits beyond them. That keeps that maybe they're the aliens or the demons, yeah. The technology, they don't let dumb, corrupt politicians see it, but they do let them go to Bohemian Grove. Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
run around in the trees.
I don't think we'll ever stop talking about Bohemian Grove on this show. I mean, that's just such a big thing in the conspiracy world. Is Bohemian Grove and that famous Alex Jones video of when he he supposedly got in there and they had this giant statue of, what's the thing's name, Moloch?
I think it's Moloch, but it could be something else. It's Big Owl. Big Owl sitting there.
Yeah, and you know, in my opinion, anything with horns, I mean, we know who that is. That's Lucifer, of course. That's all a front. That's obviously just another satanic symbol. I mean, you know, throwing up the devil horn signs. Yeah, it's so obvious. Obvious is obvious.
Totally. Well, I told you, if you wanna change a person's brain set real quick, challenge their moral and religious belief systems. You know, make them do something that's against their traditions. Nothing will open.
That sounds
your
like
mind out more than that.
That sounds like gaslighting.
Yeah, that's how they do it. That's how they get their mind all open and receptive to, whoa, you know, holy camoli.
Exactly.
Get them to challenge their own religious belief system, and they feel an energy in it once.
Yeah, that's how you manipulate somebody. First, you have to get them to question who they are.
There's a number of ways to manipulate people, and they know them, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
The funny thing is they know all the techniques that people bow down to, fall in line with, you know, how to get people, especially the members of their society, secret societies, where they know how to entice and trap them there.
Well, what about Clyde Lewis getting car bombed? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, he tells that story often. And he didn't even realize what he'd done till a little bit later. He put a picture up on his web page or something of that a listener thought was an alien, and it was top secret, a guy in the desert dressed in top secret camouflage equipment. And so he didn't even realize what he'd done. But one of the reasons Clyde's so smart is he lived down in Argentina. He went on, I don't know if it was a mission or why he's down there, but he lived a number of years in Argentina. He's from Salt Lake, or from Utah, you know. And while he's there, he learned to speak Spanish and speaks it fluently. and learned how they live and seen the dirty wars that were going on way back when, where the government had collapsed and it was a police state, and he saw how the people lived, and so he can come back here, and he's like, he knows the tactics that they use, and they're the same tactics they're using today in the United States.
Yeah, that is smart. I mean, I suppose the best way you can avoid being killed is by not being here.
Well, he's talked about how you can broach subjects and tell people stuff in a way that doesn't get you killed, Daniel. Because you've mentioned often that you're eventually going to get killed. Yeah.
You too, Todd.
By
you
this,
too.
Yeah. But we got your back.
All right.
You'll have a lot of listeners wanting to know what the hell happened, and we will come find your body and throw it over the White House lawn in protest for your service. No, we're not going to let that happen, Danny. We love you too much.
All right.
You're our champion. You're our hero.
Hey, Todd, can I count on you voting for Adam Kokesh in the next election?
Yeah, I'd vote for Adam Kokesh.
Thanks.
Yeah. He's got 2 supporters here. Yeah.
All right.
It's pretty cool. We might be able to straighten him out on a couple of his stands, but I'm libertarian too. But
oh, you're libertarian.
Oh yeah, I've been for years. I mean, libertarian leaning.
I think you might have mentioned that before, but it didn't really occur to me before how important that was.
Oh yeah, totally. That's about the one camp that still has reason and a system that would work if we could get back to just enforcing the laws that are already on the books. Libertarians are just for the Constitution of the United States. Pretty much stick to our laws as they exist.
I love that.
Yeah, it's like the only reason government should exist for libertarians is to protect our liberties.
Yeah, exactly. I'm done with that left versus right drama. I'm going to go with the independent candidate. I'm going libertarian.
Yeah. And, I'm a Trump supporter. I like what Trump's done, and I'm for Trump because he's what the country needed to wake everybody up to the realization of how rigged it all is. So whether you believe he's real or not, he's kind of made everybody aware that it looks pretty phony. But he seems to be fighting for us to stay the kind of country we've always been.
Yeah,
as opposed to a giant one world government.
Yeah, I'm happy with the job he's doing. I think he's doing fantastic with the the relations with North Korea and the economy, and doing a lot of good things for Americans, which I absolutely love.
Plus, he's telling off the elite. When they all met down in Davos or wherever their last Bilderberg meeting was, where they were saying, what should we do about Trump? He snubbed them. And we went our own way. We're still going our own way on a lot of things because of Trump. So, I'm a Trump supporter. In his case, God bless the president, yeah.
Todd, would you like to stick around for the mind-blowing moment of the day?
Totally.
All right, go ahead, do your thing. Mind-blowing moment.
This is the mind-blowing moment of the day. It's the mind-blowing moment, blow you away.
You're blowing my mind, man. All right, today's mind-blowing moment of the day, I think I'd have to say that's when our guest, Greg, he talked about the Luciferian dark gnosis. I thought that was pretty trippy.
The dark gnosis? What was that like? Where he was saying how the Gnostic? It all started with the Gnostics, or?
I think this was more of a interpretation by people like Blavatsky, her type of Luciferian gnosis.
Like the dark light, the dark light or something.
Well, I know that her protege, her student, Alice Bailey, she started that company, the Lucius Trust.
Yeah.
And they published David Icke's first books.
That's what you're saying. I know that. I know that name. Lucis Trust as a book publisher. Connected with a lot of stuff. My brain's a little foggy tonight on subjects. I'd probably have books published by Lucis Trust in my library, but I couldn't recall right now if I did.
I think they published a lot of like New Age type of books.
That was a pretty good interview, though. I mean, the guy was very knowledgeable. I would just encourage him to I don't know what I'd tell him.
Well, what's interesting, Todd, is that you have pretty much the same beliefs, except minus the Jesus, minus the Lucifer being an actual real entity. But other than that, it's pretty much the exact same thing.
They're similar. I told you they put out a lot of books back in the 80s on the conspiracy, where they had the historical conspiracy stuff and they mixed it with Satan's at the top of it stuff. The Lucifer stuff. So there were incredible books. God, there was this Mike Warnke book back in 1979 that he claimed to be brought to the top of Satan's organization and given everything you ever wanted, and till he found out the horrible truth and escaped from it and became a born-again Christian. I forget what the name of the book was, but it was Mike Warnke, where he met and they called it the Illuminati, and gave him everything he ever wanted: the sex, the women, the power, and he was the head of it. And he realized it was evil, and then he became born-again Christian. Everything was great. I mean, this book was like 1980, supposedly a true story. So these stories are old, like that. And I think it's all psyop almost to a certain degree.
Yeah, you've always said, oh, I don't believe in aliens. That's just a trick. You've always kind of said that.
Yeah, and all I mean is, unless there's some evidence. I mean, I'm not saying they're not possible. I'm just saying I haven't seen any. And if they're here, in my guess, my educated guess, they're more like ultra-terrestrials. They're between dimensions rather than physical beings coming from outer space in spaceships looking at us.
So basically they're demons?
No. Well, you might call them demons, probably, if you were...
Demons to some, angels
looking
to
at
others.
them from a certain mindset, but they might just be creatures, just like... creatures we don't understand, living in other layers or dimensions of space.
Yeah, I
and
would have to say that
fluctuations.
There's definitely truth to that.
And these things bleed through, maybe, from other dimensions.
You know what's interesting about that, Todd, in the occult world, which I feel like is a greater approximation of the truth, is that, like, there are other spheres or other planes or other realms.
Yeah. Well, we can't exist 10,000 feet underwater without protective gear, right?
Yeah.
But there's creatures swimming around down there, and they're conscious down in the dark depths. And they're living a life in cold climates with no contact except maybe their other fellow creatures that they get along with. And so there's other layers of life. Scientists did a test to see whether doornails felt pain. And they did it in the 70s.
Scientists can be pretty stupid sometimes.
Well, they hooked up electrodes to a nail, and they pounded it and seen if it would if it would give off any indications of experiencing pain. And the metal structure of the nail gave off the same type of readings that you'd give if you were in pain when it was being sent. Which is a weird way of saying everything's alive, but it's vibrating at different levels, speeds.
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's different levels or layers of consciousness in the different kingdoms.
That sounds
the animal, the vegetable, the mineral.
That sounds like some really esoteric stuff.
Actually, it's what science says is, sort of science philosophy.
Todd, is the Earth flat?
Up in a plane, it looks pretty flat.
What do you think those aliens
Up on
are?
a mountain peak, it looks pretty flat.
What about those aliens?
Looking out.
Do you think aliens are puppets?
Yeah, I think they're puppets.
Like Jim Henson?
Haven't seen any.
Well, what I think is scary...
People claim to be aliens, but...
What I think is scary is... a couple of recent guys, they were saying that they've got some, genetic experiments going on out there, like some chimeras, and that explains a lot of these Sasquatch and werewolf and lizard man sightings and Mothman and reptilians. That explains a lot of that stuff.
Yeah. But they got circus sideshows that have people in them that could look like aliens if the lighting was just right in the dark. It's probably pretty easy to generate to fake somebody. It's probably pretty easy.
Yeah. Plus, if there are other dimensions, that opens up even more possibility of different weird creatures out there.
Yeah. You can look around you and down to the smallest scale, there's life crawling.
Did you say you can look around you downtown?
Yeah, and life is just crawling.
There's a lot of ugly people down there.
Look at a microscope, Daniel, and the further down you look, the smaller there's life. Little tiny things trying to survive.
Yeah, that's some trippy stuff. I mean, I had sea monkeys when I was a kid.
Yeah, we grow them here in the Great Salt Lake.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Those are brine shrimp.
Oh, okay. So
that's what we grow here. The Great Salt Lake is like the biggest place to get brine shrimp in the United States.
What do you think of these people that have these creepy sort of pets, like a big ass tarantula? Would you ever have something like that?
I wouldn't want a tarantula. I had a friend that had a tarantula, and she loved it. She's like, "Isn't he cute?" And she let it crawl up her arm, and I'm like, "No, he's not. I don't want to hold him. I put him in my hand for a minute. I'm like, take him back.
Did you touch it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're harmless, but I try not to kill spiders even. I'll try to toss them outside if I find one in my house or something. I try. Try it, Daniel.
Are you celebrating the 4th of July?
Yeah. We got a pretty good fireworks display from our backyard here. Sit out in the backyard and see fireworks going off that night. Pretty sweet.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe that our backyard faces like a park that's a mile away that shoots them off. It's like, whoa, free show. I don't got to go beat the crowds and try to find a seat. Yeah.
1776.
1777?
1776.
Totally 242 years ago.
Alex Jones, he says, the answer to 1984 is 1776.
1776. That's pretty smart. I mean, that's pretty smart of them to incorporate all that into his promos, because any Constitution-loving person's going to go right on. But that's real. We wouldn't be sitting where we were if it wasn't for the Constitution and the things proscribed therein, Daniel.
Oh, I believe in America. I mean, basically what the founders of this country did is they searched through the entire history of the world because they were smart guys. They were Freemasons. And they found the political system from ancient Greece and they adopted it for this country. Holy shit, I accidentally turned Siri on. They adopted it for this country so that they could bring the best political system to us. And then people want to destroy that nowadays, and that's terrible.
Yeah, they don't know what they'll be losing because it's in that document that we're guaranteed certain rights and a system of government that functions pretty effectively was established. The best one on earth.
Exactly.
So you want to throw that away and join a big one world government?
All right, buddy. I'd love to talk to you about the New World Order, but that would have to wait until next time because I'm starting to get very tired. It's a long show. We're going on hour 5.
Man. Yeah, this is a nice long show, but great one, Daniel. And you have a good evening, sir.
All right. Talk to you later, buddy.
All right. Peace.
And that was Todd. Oh my God, this show's going too long. I'm going to cut it short right there because if I keep going, it's just going to be just this giant, long thing. And I don't want to take away from it by going too long, is basically what I'm trying to say. I think you guys out there will appreciate that. One thing that I can say that is always true is I fucking love you guys. Like, you people that listen to the show, you are just the wind beneath my wings. You are everything to me. You make my world go round, or my flat earth spin around, or whatever. You guys are everything. And that's why I do the show, for the fans out there, so you guys can continue to be enlightened and entertained. And also so that you can introduce this show to your friends and it'll blow their damn minds, probably piss them off. But it's worth a shot, right? So spread the word. The more people that you wake up, the more chance of yourself going to heaven. Because that's the best thing that you can do in this life, is to wake people up from the Luciferian lies and deception that are thick all over the place. Inversions, deception, gaslighting, manipulation, everywhere. Mind control, propaganda, advertising. You know what? You know they're putting aluminum in the skies and it's mixing with the fluoride in our water and it's causing dementia? That's how fucked it is out there. Excuse my language. Excuse my French. Excuse my French. Je m'appelle Daniel. Daniel. Ménage à toi. My French. Where were we? Speaking a little French, lost track. Oh yeah, I'm sick of these fucking Luciferians and their web of I'm getting so tired. Their web of deceit and their lies. That's what it's all about. And you know, when you, like I was saying earlier in the show, when you look at all these other conspiracy topics, like the fucking reptilians, no one cares, or like haunted houses, no one cares, all that stuff. Flat Earth, nobody cares. So many things. Reptilians, nobody cares. But when you start covering the Luciferians, all of a sudden it's like, bam, you better get ready, because shit gonna get real. So, you know, if you're gonna do this, beware. I've made my choice. I know what I'm put on this earth to do. And you brave individuals out there that really have it in you, that have that lion heart, I need you guys. I need you to keep that candle lit. I need you to keep that torch lit. I need you to keep that fire burning, because you are the future. And if you can keep the truth, the light of truth. Wait, light is Lucifer. Maybe I shouldn't say that. No, I'm just kidding. That's ridiculous. If you can keep that light burning, if you can keep that torch lit through the night, then the world has a chance. So please continue to do your research, read your history, and look at all the different perspectives, except for the Holocaust, because we all know that that happened exactly like the history books say. And to say otherwise would be very anti-Semitic. So don't even go there. Also, if you really like End of Days Radio, go to endofdaysradio.com, where you can listen to the entire history of the show. You can go all the way back to the first episode if you like, if you so desire. That's also where you can chat in the forum. You can look at the schedule for upcoming shows. You can get all the phone numbers, all the information about End of Days Radio there. So go to endofdaysradio.com if you love End of Days Radio. Pop by sometime. That's where you'll get all the information on me and what I'm doing and End of Days Radio in general. That's where you can listen to the stream that plays 24/7. And you longtime fans, I mean, you guys know all this, of course. And really, you are why I do this. Because the second I stop doing the show, you're like, Daniel, what's going on? Feed us more. And I'm like, okay, you're right. It's time to feed you some more Pac-Man pellets of truth. And that's when I come to your rescue. Because the simple fact of the matter is I am a hero. I am. It's true. No, I am. I'm a hero, and I'm extremely brave. And that's why one of these days, I'm going to be six feet under, at least, if not 8. If I'm not cremated. Because I finally got that silver bullet to the head by the assassins, the time-traveling Men in Black assassins. I've dodged them for a while, but eventually. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this type of thing is safe. I don't have any reason to panic. I suppose if certain pressures were placed on me, like, geez, who knows? If they try to smash my guitars or, like, rape me with a giant reptilian gorilla hybrid penis or something like that, I guess I would have to stop. You know, there's certain things, but I don't feel like I would be fulfilling my mission here if I didn't do this. So I'm going to dig my heels in. I'm going to grab my trusty Excalibur. I'm going to continue to be your guys' hero. And I will do what I have to do to get this truth out here. And it's all about the truth from now on. It's about the truth. We're going to go, if you thought End of Days Radio was hardcore before, you just wait. You just wait and you will see what happens. You just wait. We're going further down the rabbit hole. We're going into like every show. If every show isn't in danger of me like getting assassinated, then it's not even worth my time. It's not even worth my time. So we are going to go hardcore from now on. And you guys out there, like I said, I need your help. I need you to do what you can to spread truth in whatever form you can. If it's just talking to people at your job, at school, your friends, your parents, your kids, your aunts, your uncles, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, the family barbecue, whatever. On your first date, you should be talking about this stuff. No, don't talk about this on your first date. Don't be a fool. This is not first date talk. In fact, I would recommend against that highly. Hey, have you heard about the werewolf hybrid chimeras? Yeah. Don't bring certain things up right away. Like the reptilian werewolf hybrid chimeras. Aliens are just puppets, men in rubber suits, demons, holograms. They're everything but aliens. You remember those old puppets that they would use on Unsolved Mysteries to do the alien abductions? The real thing wasn't much different. Let's put it that way. It's an illusion. It's a trick. It's an inversion of the truth. Everything has a double meaning. It's dual symbolism. It's all in reverse. It's all a twisted joke. The twist comes in somewhere. The devil's in the details. It's all how you see it. You have to understand and overstand and see it both ways. Then you can realize and see with your real eyes. And then you'll start seeing the truth. But until next time, guys, what show do we have next? My God. Max Cole, July 12th. Max Cole, you guys out there that have been complaining for years. When are you going to bring on Max Cole again? You had Max Cole on over a year ago. When are you going to bring on Max Cole? We want to hear Max Cole. So many of you guys have said that. And finally, you're going to get what you want. You are going to get your deep voice wizard, Max Cole Films, the man himself, the longtime listener, friend of End of Days Radio, my buddy, Max Cole. We're also going to be talking to a very interesting gentleman the following Saturday called Nathan Sanders. That should be fun. Going to keep things positive. And that's it for now. I'm always booking those guests. I'm always setting things up. I'm always behind this curtain. One man Illuminati. No, fuck that. I don't want to be called Illuminati. Those people are pedophiles. Sick bastards. I'm anti-Illuminati. I'm just the one-man army. The Gnostic Knight. Dan, the All-American Man. The DAN. You know what's so funny? I think this show is probably one of the best podcasts out there, obviously. I mean, it is. Let's be honest. Not everybody knows about it, but it is. It's true. It's the best podcast out there. And I'm proud of that, yes. It's a little scary sometimes. but I'm proud of that. And it's like I always kind of have this gut feeling like, Daniel, your show that you're doing here, it's really one of the best. And I think, no, it's not. It's my mission. It's my mission. I'm doing this for you guys. But I do have that thought sometimes because I know it's true. I don't gloat. I don't brag. I don't think that it's good to be a bragger. It makes people not like you. But sometimes facts are facts. And the fact of the matter is that this is the best show. I mean, I sure as hell like listening to the interviews here more than anything else. I think that we pack a lot of info into these hours and hours of, what would you call this? A little chat, meeting of minds, worlds colliding. It's its own form of illumination, in my opinion. Why do I drag on and talk for so long at the end of the show? Like, that's a weird, shitty habit, isn't it? You know what, you guys? Thank you so much for listening to End of Days Radio. Once again, this is Daniel. I'm your host. I am the captain of this black ship as we sail into the night, as we absorb the light of a dying star. And I'll talk to you guys next time. Good night.
Fuck yeah.